Uh,
Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all that nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
good evening, everyone.
And I am your host last time on 1B, the brains from pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am okay, although my cat is still missing, and that is pissing me off.
I'd say we have things to make you feel better, but I would be lying until like the very end.
Yeah, you would indeed be lying, and again, I'm not terribly worried because I know Isis can take care of herself because I mean she is a pernicious little cat, but it's still annoying me that it has been more than 2 weeks and she is still not home. And there is a part of me that does worry that, like my mom keeps trying to remind me, she may be dead because she was like 11 and cats usually live to like 15 or 20. So it's possible she might have just died. But until I have confirmation of that, I am not going to entertain that notion because at the very least I want to find a body so that I can bury her properly, if that be the case. But that's not here nor there.
So we have Dawn's me a lot of stuff. I'm not even gonna lie. Although the first thing we are going to cover is actually something I sent first.
Yeah.
It is interesting and it does relate to something else, kind of later.
Yeah, we found this out the week after we did the DC oriented week, at Comic-Con, so it didn't seem right to throw it in randomly.
Yeah.
So we just saved it until we had openings for new business.
No, it did. It didn't. Well, it did happen after the Comic-Con DC thing. It happened like a week ago. It was talked about a week ago when we were doing the, or I guess 2 weeks.
When we were doing miscellaneous stuff.
Yeah. So,
but either way, we decided to shelve it until we had openings for new business.
No, actually, 3 weeks ago because it happened during the Marvel week.
Yeah, and that's why we didn't cover it because I remember we talked about just randomly shoving it in, but it didn't really fit with
into miscellaneous actually, but we decided against it. So
so we shelved it for the purposes of waiting until new business was available, and now new business is available, so we do it.
So this is this is from NBCnews.com. I believe the Think thing. I don't. But yeah, the killing off of Batgirl was a senseless blow to diverse DC Comics fans. And that is the title of this. I believe it is an opinion piece, actually. So, because I was looking for an article to talk about the Batgirl cancellation of that movie,
and then this one just jumped right to the top by virtue of moralistic stupidity, as you do.
Also, hello. I hate saying this, but I feel like it needs to be said because someone's going to accuse us of doing this shit at some point in the future, I think.
Mm-hmm. Probably when we're experiencing reasonable amounts of success for our independent comics that we are going to be publishing in not too very long.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm Hispanic, and I also have not descendant, but predecessors of Irish uh, and Hispanic, and various, and I believe. Okay, I'm not gonna say that one because I'm not entirely sure.
He's a hodgepodge of all the disenfranchised ethnic groups, basically.
I was raised by an Italian step grandfather.
Yeah.
But no,
But
Sicilian to be more accurate. Yeah,
because we don't want to start a race war in Italy over this shit. Anyway,
yeah, so that I am, although
yeah.
again I would say primarily Hispanic.
Yeah, he has various racial diversity cards he can play, and also the inner city disenfranchisement card.
Right.
And I am gay, crippled, and of a religious minority.
Right.
So you all can.
And so, like, I didn't want to talk about my general. I think we mentioned this when this first came out about it. The general thoughts of the Batgirl movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because we didn't know what it was about, so we talked about more so the production of it, like specifically the image they show here of the Batgirl costume.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of my biggest issue is I hate this fucking costume. You know, it's cosplay one. And no offense to cosplayers, because honestly, I have a lot of respect for them. Because
cosplay. This is the thing about modern day Hollywood that pisses me right the hell off. In particular, with regards to certain adaptations of the best comic ever made that have happened recently. Cosplayers can do better than modern day Hollywood, with far less resources but more effort.
Yeah, dude. You remember that Sci-Fi had that show, Heroes of Cosplay?
Yes, I do. It was on right after Face Off at some juncture before too long ago.
I honestly thought it would have been the next Face Off, but it only got one season. Or no, it got 2 seasons and then it canceled.
The same thing happened with that one about setting like stage setting craft or like background making. There was one that was basically Face Off, but for setting designers as well. And I thought that one would have been one to add.
And you remember Jim Henson's workshop?
Creature Shop, you mean?
Yeah, Jim Henson's Creature Shop.
Yeah, that one was one. That was one, and I unless I'm misremembering, at one point all 4 of these were in like the same block around prime time on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah,
it was
dude,
Face Off.
It only got one season, one fucking season.
And also, whatever happened to Face Off? When did it get the boots? Actually, because it should not have gotten a boot.
I think they just stopped showing it. Honestly,
I know it went for like 10 seasons. It was like an absurd number of seasons, which it deserved to. Don't get me wrong. But
I think it was 15, not 10, 15.
Yeah, but my question is, when did its ratings drop enough to make it not worth continuing to do? Because for a while there, Face Off was the flagship Sci-Fi Channel show. It was the only, and not to be mean here, but before The Expanse or The Magicians or Deadly Class, it was pretty much the only show on Sci-Fi that was worth watching for like a good solid decade. And yet Sci-Fi just shit canned their like flagship show because reasons that I could never understand.
Anyway, we went off topic there.
Yeah, but point being, cosplayers who put in the effort with less resources can somehow usually manage to do better than shows with resources aplenty that just don't, for some fucking reason, put in the goddamn effort.
Like, I'll even say this, just so like I don't come across as some type of gatekeeping fanboy. This very same costume from that run of Batgirl, I've seen cosplayers do much better versions of.
Yeah, it can be. This is the thing. It can be done. You just have to put in the effort
I
and
still
also know what the fuck you're doing.
I still don't like this costume just because it just I don't know, it just doesn't feel it doesn't have that like bat feeling to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I get like since I don't know if you know this one, the video game called Gotham City Imposters.
I think I've heard of it. I've never played it or looked up any like information about it though.
Basically, gangs of gangs of Joker wannabes and Batman wannabes dish it out in the streets of Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically Team Fortress 2, but with superheroes. Well, pseudo superheroes. And hello, Chrononaut.
Yeah, we have gained a chrono, but we are suspiciously dragon turtle-less. That bothers me a little bit actually, but never mind.
Yeah. Anyway, we gotta get into this. So the subheader is the movie doesn't inspire confidence in the direction. Oh no, the move doesn't inspire confidence in the direction Warner Brothers Discovery is heading. Headed.
Actually, for those of us that are focused more on quality and DC finally getting their fucking shit together, I I'm gonna be mean and say that this actually is a really good move.
Right.
As
Okay,
what as would be shit canning the Flash as well before anyone accuses me of playing favorites. Mostly because DC at large, like DC as a brand or intellectual property universe, hasn't had their shit together since like 20 fucking 13. So someone needs to come in and clean house. And I think that's what David Zaslav is trying to do. He's trying to keep as many of the most successful directions that DC has made consistent and then build a universe around them. I
right.
think is what he's trying to do.
Okay. I'm sorry. I forgot to do this. This is written by Patricia Grisafi. Saying the name wrong. I'm so sorry. And this was
Yeah.
published October. No, why the fuck did I say October? August 7th, 2022.
Yeah. And please don't take it personally. He just sucks at names that he hasn't heard verbally.
I said don't like my co-host. I said his last name wrong for so long.
And I tried to just ignore it because, to be honest with you, he's not the first person to get my name wrong.
Well, it's just
so
okay,
many.
So when I first wrote the actual like kind of intro for the podcast of the Storm, I had put an I there at the end of like close to the end of your name, you know, before the ER.
Ah.
Yeah, so I misspelled it, and I was saying that, and then in my head, that I thought that's what it was spelled like. Yeah. So, okay.
But yeah, eventually, as we were talking, I finally corrected him, and it was fine. Yeah. But that's not. But point being is, people mispronounce my goddamn name.
Oh, dude,
have pronounced my goddamn name wrong forever.
Actually, there's a funny story. I'm not gonna say my real name just because, again, I like my privacy and stuff. But when I was in high school, we had this substitute teacher in a math class, and they were taking attendance, right? They said my name so wrong.
I'm gonna have to ask him how the fuck you could possibly pronounce his name wrong, because I happen to know his name when we're done with the show.
Oh, Dragon Turtle's here. What's up, Dragon? Or Turtle? DT.
Yes, we have in fact gained a Dragon Turtle. Huzzah!
Oh, Chrononaut raised an interesting thing. But she will get a Bat Wang from Batman from Black Label DC. It's canon. It is not my real. It's not my real name, Dragon Turtle. I'll be honest. Okay, so just for it's a joke that I say it at Dalton a lot. I have the whitest name.
I mean, as I've often said in response to him saying that, I think his name is more interesting than he gives it credit for. But that's neither here nor there.
I think if you say my full name, which, you know, my first name and middle name, and it sounds cool, but
like we've had several conversations on Thursday when we just hang out, and he once said to me that he didn't think his actual name was a good name for a writer, and he told me what it was, and I was like, "Are you not hearing what I'm hearing? Because that is a perfect author's name."
Um, yeah, it's not my real name, although my name is a variation of actually a very popular name. It's like one letter off, because it's spelled with a C instead of a K. Just gonna say that again. I don't.
Uh-huh. Let's not try to accidentally dox Brainstormer here. But point being is Brainstormer is not good with names, and people have mispronounced my name far more than they should because for some goddamn reason I've run into so many people who want to pronounce Mortimer as Mortimer, and I don't know why.
Well,
Because it's
actually, no, I didn't do that. I
no, you misspelled it in an actually kind of interesting way, but that's neither here nor there.
right.
Um,
Mortimer is what I said.
yeah, yeah. What always bothers me is there's no extra e in my name, so I don't know why people would think Mortimer is more sane than Mortimer as a way to say it. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, sorry.
Name shenanigans aside, because reasons. Um, let's
Okay.
let's get
Okay.
back on track.
Right. I'll read your comments later, guys. We really got to get into this. I don't know why.
We have so many subjects,
Yeah.
many subjects today, guys, and one of them is long.
Again, I think honestly we're gonna have to like just move that to some other place.
Yeah, we might have to split it at some juncture, but that's neither here nor there.
Anyway. So yeah, this is the killing off of Batgirl was a senseless blow to diverse DC Comics fans. In case you guys weren't here when we read the title.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when Batman and Robin came out in 1997, I didn't know it came out earlier, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it seems like it should be older because honestly, I assumed that there was a reboot in between Batman Returns and Batman Forever, and it took me until like my teen years before I figured out that they were actually supposed to be continuous with each other.
Yeah. I mean, I actually want to see a really good interpretation of Batman Forever. There is a video on Channel Awesome called "What If Tim Burton's Batman Was in Batman Forever." I like it. It's really good. It is like an hour long, so.
I really do wish Tim Burton had got a chance to finish off that franchise. To be honest with you.
Anyway, you're fucking sidetracking so much.
Well, I mean, we're at least closer to back on track because they are doing this weird thing by way of Flashpoint where they're trying to blend, or they were trying to blend Batgirl in with the Michael Keaton Batman. So, and that's the other problem with Batgirl, and why I'm not surprised, and I'm kind of grateful that it got shit canned, is because Batgirl really doesn't have a place to fit in the larger DC continuity. Is it supposed to be continuous with Tim Burton's version? Is it supposed to be continuous with Ben Affleck's version? Is it supposed to be continuous with the Robert Pattinson version? You know, where is that supposed to fit? God damn it.
Yeah, it's a good question. Anyway. God, okay. When Batman and Robin came out in 1997, it seemed like everyone was focused on Alicia Silverstone's body. The actor who played Batgirl was greeted with misogynistic and body-shaming echoes of Fat Girl by so-called fans of the franchise. What?
You mean when? Alicia Silverstone was hot in 1997. And I'm gay, so I don't even want to hear it.
I honestly barely. No, it was actually like the first movie I saw of the 90s Batman movies.
That's kind of horrifying, and I feel bad for you.
I was super young, okay? I saw it on TV. It was like a rerun.
I mean, I very rarely feel grateful for my childhood, but goddamn, I feel lucky now because my first exposure to Batman, apart from the animated series, was the two Tim Burton Batman movies. I had those on I had those on VHS, and I watched them back to back constantly as a child.
And then I watched the DVD of Batman Returns with 1989's Batman.
I mean, I still feel bad for you that Batman and Robin was your first exposure to Batman in this universe.
Okay, we'll talk about it later, but if we ever bring up the Joel Schumacher Batman movie.
If we ever actually finish this fucking article.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I just that's conjecture there because what actually let me finish this thing because in a particularly gross quip, late director Joel Schumacher laughed about how Batgirl's suit came with nipples for an equal opportunity movie. Yeah, okay,
all of the Bat people came with nipples in the Joel Schumacher version. It was one of the single most stupid design elements of that franchise, but it was a gender consistent thing. It wasn't just we need to make the Batwoman, honestly, the Batgirl sexy. It was we did that to everyone.
Yeah, when they
egalitarianly stupid.
When they talk about bat nipples, it really is just Batman, the Joel Schumacher Batman costume, really.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a very egalitarian variety of stupidity. It wasn't gendered at all. It was universally stupid.
Yeah, it's just okay. When it was announced last summer that an actor of color was going to play Batgirl in a live-action movie, racist trolls came for star Lisa Grace, or no, Liesel. Leslie.
Leslie.
Yeah, Leslie Grace. Sorry, I'm terrible with fucking names.
Probably a good thing you haven't ever tried magic. Getting names wrong in magic would be a very bad thing for you. But that's not here today.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, point being, and I should go ahead.
Well, I just gotta finish this. I just gotta finish the thing. Okay. Okay, let me start over. When it was announced last summer that an actor of color was going to play Batgirl in a live-action film, racist trolls came for star Leslie Grace in the same way they came for Halle Bailey after she was chosen to star as Ariel in The Little Mermaid. In the comics, Batgirl is white, Grace is Dominican. Some fanboys couldn't deal with the fact that they weren't getting the Batgirl they wanted. I can't.
Okay. So many. Okay, I'm gonna have to backtrack it slightly because I didn't mention this earlier when we were talking about Alicia Silverstone, and it now bears mentioning because it appears to be a consistent problem. What the hell is your definition of misogynistic? Do you mean they were judging her based on her aesthetics? Like they do literally every actor who plays in an action movie or superhero role? Or do you actually mean that people found Alicia Silverstone attractive and that was forbidden because you can't draw attention to the fact that an actor is or a female actor is beautiful lest you be accused of hating her for some inexplicable reason. But more to the point, and I can say this because in addition to my many other strains of fandom, I am also a massive Disney fan, to the point that I have co-hosted several times my friend Eglantine's Disney-focused channel called The Homegrown Tourist. And when Eglantine and I were discussing the live-action remake of The Little Mermaid, we barely even mentioned Halle Berry or Halle. Her name is too goddamn similar to Halle Berry. I'm sorry, but that's neither here. When we covered this, we barely even mentioned Halle Berry. We were more focused on the fact that for some godforsaken damned reason, Ursula was being played by Melissa McCarthy. Because pain. Because suffering. Because everything I love must die, apparently.
Okay, so yeah, really, again, it's hard for me to believe what they're saying about. I don't doubt there were people that were upset with the casting of the actress because the whole thing with the whole gender side thing. I'm of two minds on that simply because,
Yeah.
again, my whole thing is the actor good to play that character?
Yeah, but and much the same way with the misogyny issue, I must once again ask, in what context you mean racist, and by what definition?
Yeah,
Because you very often in these cases, racism is just a word for they drew attention to the fact that we were race swapping and we don't like that they drew attention to it. And or they were mocking us and we don't like being mocked, so it must be immoral.
to be fair, I can't really say anything about Leslie Grace because I've never seen any of her work.
I have no idea what her
Yeah,
acting chops are like, and therefore I refuse to comment on this entire thing.
But the whole Dominican thing, again, I don't care because they actually gave her like a red-haired wig, or they dyed her hair, which
makes sense.
I'm
and often if you just did that in a lot of these cases, it wouldn't be as objectionable. But also, another thing worth pointing out here is, can you tell the difference between having an issue with a character being a certain ethnicity and having an issue with a character serving an ethnic ideology? Because this is the thing. This is the entire reason why I despise fucking social justice, despite being gay, crippled, and a religious minority. I hate social justice because of this idea that demographics and identities are teams that need to have some sort of unifying corpus of ideas or ideologies, kind of like a Platonic hive mind construct, to actually exist. I.e., it's not enough to simply have diverse casting. It has to be capital D diverse casting, wherein the various demographics are used as an ideological and political weapon, and they have to behave in a certain way or in a certain context. Otherwise, they're not serving the demographic hive mind well enough. I.e., if a gay character isn't a hyper effeminate, hyper flamboyant caricature, then they're not gay enough. If a black character doesn't go on and on about historical oppression and slavery every 5 minutes, then they must. Like if a black character isn't constantly harping on BLM talking points, then they must not being black enough. And if a female character isn't a dyed-in-the-wool feminist of the third wave intersectional variety, then she's not female enough.
Dalton, you good?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but this is a very subtle and pernicious way they always do. They conflate someone criticizing the ideology and the fact that demographics aren't fucking teams with criticizing the demographic and or the people behind the demographic, which isn't the same thing at all.
Okay. Again, I think you're just kind of my thing is like you're more. I'm worried that you're kind of blowing your load before really get into it.
I mean maybe, but there's a lot of stupid in them that are hills, so who knows? Right. We're going to prospecting for stupidity again.
Again, the thing I've really criticized the Batgirl movie on, mainly because we don't know what it's about. We never really got any indication of what it's about.
And that is something that's worth noting. Before we learned literally anything else about Batgirl, we learned about its diversity credentials and its ideological talking points. And that's bullshit.
Dalton?
What?
Sorry, I was trying to say something. You did kind of interrupt me. So
sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just Also, Brendan Fraser was going to play Firefly, and I saw like a production photo of him as Firefly. It actually looked really cool. Again, mainly my main issues with it does seem to be more on a technical level, mainly with the costuming. again with Batgirl's costume, is it's not a good version of the Batgirl costume. Uh, it just because the image is up here, pull it up then. Just it, yeah, it's weird to me just because like it doesn't. It's the wrong shade of purple as well for this costume because I've seen the image of the Batgirl costume, of this specific costume. Like it's a lighter shade of purple. This looks on camera. It looks almost bluish. And it doesn't look functional either. Like you know what I mean? Like it like the material used for the costume. It doesn't look like you can do the acrobatic tricks or because
now, granted, given the weird sort of gray area that this Batgirl movie exists in, they might be trying to replicate something similar to what the Tim Burton era Batman had. So that might be part of the reason why it looks old school.
Still, no, I'm not even saying like it looks old school. I'm saying that it just doesn't look practical.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Michael Keaton Batman suit wasn't particularly like he literally couldn't turn his head.
Okay, fully fair. However, again, that at least had a style. This,
yeah, it's not. Even if it's trying to ape the Tim Burton Batman era style, it's not doing a good job at it.
Yeah. It's anyway. All right, so I'm gonna read a lot of comments because there were a lot coming out from Giant Turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read the more recent ones, just because he actually did like a thread of comments here. So,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can't. Oh, this is at 8:26. So you can't say they are hot. You can't say they are not. You can't say nothing about it. They have so many of these catch-21s, and most people will nod along and say, "Yeah, I guess that's sort of offensive. Go apologize. What do you mean? Not prostrating yourself before them? You must be a bigot." Or, well, they are making reparation demands now, but they apologize, so even they think they did something wrong.
Yeah, it's a large part of this whole impetus is basically gynocentrism, i.e., women are the default moral betters of society according to our evolutionary psychology. So anything that bruises the overall like feminine hive mind must be bad, even if the demands are entirely inconsistent with one another. But yeah, that is definitely a thing. You are not allowed to say, and to some extent, not to be mean, but it's basically a function of instinctively viewing women as goddesses. Basically, um, it's kind of sick. I.e., in the same way that a lot of really hardcore religious people will be like, you can't say anything meaningful about the nature of our deity because our deity is vast and unknowable and mysterious ways and da 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 da. When you try to apply anything resembling logical rigor to these deity claims, I think on an instinctive evolutionary psychology level, in a lot of ways, we do the same thing with women as an abstract concept, like womanhood or femininity as an abstract concept. The possessor of the femininity is basically a goddess, and we can't say anything about the goddess, otherwise we're trying to limit it to its temporal constraints or some shit.
Okay.
In the same way the religious would say about the heavily religious would say about a deity.
Okay, so, well, this is a comment to what you were saying. Gynocentrism is, I assume, ruining and not running, or no, is running into non-binarism now, though.
I mean, in a way, but the thing about non-binary, as a thing is most of the people who are non-binary are either extremely effeminate men or women who are so neotenous that they feel constrained even by femininity. So in a lot of ways, and this happens with basically every level of the progressive stack or the intersectional lattice. Not only do you have to abide by a specific ideology or a specific set of beliefs to qualify as part of your particular demographic hive mind, in a lot of ways, the way feminism appropriates these various kinds of intersectionality is by finding a way to perceive that identity as an extension of femininity, i.e., um, women gave black men more sympathy by saying black men are oppressed, quote unquote, like women are. Gay men are feminine like women are, therefore they can experience sympathy. Even though prior to this era where feminism or the broader like feminine culture became accepting of these things, the main justifications for hating on blacks and hating on gays were respectively black men are more animalistic and more masculine, therefore they're less likely to control themselves, and therefore since they are more manly, they're more animalistic, and we have to control them harder, and that makes them more likely to be rapists. And in the case of gay men, the main original impetus for hating gay men had nothing to do with their femininity. It had to do with a gay man is a man who doesn't like women, and that is the greatest sin of all, don't you know?
Right. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is like, yeah,
Yeah,
we got it.
it's a bit of a sidebar.
Anyway. Right. Moving on, because I don't think I have anything else to really say.
Yeah.
Sexism and racism show a dark underside of comic book fandom that can be combated by proud indifference, in which participation of women and minorities in these cultural touchstones becomes so routine it is part of the DNA of the productions.
Okay, but
What
here's
the
the
fuck?
here's the thing, my darling. Here's the thing, Patricia. Um, in the 90s and early 2000s, we had already reached this. It was already a thing. Women and minorities participating in things was already conceived of as so indifferent that nobody cared. But
Um,
that, according to your ideology, was a problem. Because here's the thing, you don't mean we should be indifferent to minorities existing. You mean we should be indifferent to anyone having a problem with this ideology because this ideology should just be the default worldview. And that's the difference. Before, in the 90s and 2000s, people of minority statuses were seen as individuals with their own individual lives and individual agency, i.e., there was no platonic demographic hive mind or collective to be appeased. You want a moral ideology where there is a platonic hive mind of these various demographics, and you want to be willfully indifferent to everyone who has a problem with that, even if they are also minorities, you evil, evil bitch. Because speaking as a gay, crippled dude who's a religious minority, fuck right off with that shit.
I have nothing to say. I think you covered all the points on that part there. Although, I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it's I don't think it's a subheader, but an anecdote, I guess, added. That girl represented an opportunity for young women to see themselves as superheroes in the Batman world.
They've had that opportunity for fucking ever because there have been female superheroes for nearly as long as there have been male ones. And here's the other little canard that always gets overlooked in this case. Why do you think it's so difficult for female humans to find male characters inspiring or aspirational in any way? Why does a female human have to look up to a female character? Because I can tell you something, I have never, until this whole ideological rigmarole took place, given half a shit about the race or gender of a character, as long as that character was interesting and also relatable to me in other ways, like my individual choices, individual interests, and individual personality. Like, for example, I loved Raven from Teen Titans. And as you can plainly fucking see, I am not female. Was I wrong to favor Raven from Teen Titans because she was relatable to me as a person on a personality level and an interest level, rather than say one of the other three boys in the Teen Titans show, just as an example? Would you have said there's no possible way he can relate to Raven because she's female? He should be relating to one of the other three men in the show, even though they weren't as relatable to me as Raven. So, given that example, that anecdote that I just gave, my darling, why do you assume that female humans, little girls, have such a goddamn hard time relating to characters who are not female? Why can't a woman who really likes martial arts, for example, find, various Robins to be kick-ass? Or, why can't they find, like, the Punisher or something interesting? Now, granted, that's not my bag. My bag is the weird, mystical, intellectual variety of characters, hence why I related to Raven. But that's neither here nor there. My point is, the things that people find relatable about characters tend to have more to do with, one, their personalities, and two, their interests or mannerisms. And those things are infinitely more relatable than demographics ever fucking will be, because most people, unless you make a specific point of forcing them to pay attention to demographics, will not give half a fuck about demographics. Demographics are the least important part of a human person.
Sorry,
yeah. I know it hits all my buttons.
Right, no, sorry. I think you were repeating stuff. So. Okay. So just before we move on, Giant Turtle, I don't know. This is interesting. I had something to say earlier when he was speaking about gynocentrism. How does that explain that if you are actually a lesbian, then I know there's no real actual curse word in there. It's just, I don't know, man. It feels dirty to say for me.
The feminine schlong thing.
Yeah.
It's because they have essentially used instinctive gynocentrism to prop up their other ideological constructs. And they've done that by framing those other ideological constructs in the guise of femininity, i.e., women see things in the abstract, or at least that's how the ideology goes. So by focusing primarily on the abstract definitions of things rather than their physical realities, we're being more feminine, and therefore it makes perfect sense for truly enlightened women to expand the definition of women. Therefore, we wind up in a situation where the effeminate hipster kid can identify as non-binary and or trans, and you must suck the feminine schlong. Because otherwise you're not being ideologically feminine enough, and otherwise you're not serving the hive mind of women well enough.
Franco says, fair enough, it's more the tool than the goal. Okay,
well, no, their stated goal is all restrictions are oppressive, therefore every restriction must be removed for people to be maximally free, and so we can change the world to be however we choose it to be. That's their stated goal. They deconstruct for deconstruction's sake because they think construction is bad.
I'm sorry. Like I do gotta cut it off because we are, again, the whole scientific thing. I'm sorry.
We have so many things to cover this week, so on we go.
All right. Now they get into the actual thing. That was more like a, I guess, prologue for this article, I suppose.
That was just the prologue. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
All right. That's why the recent cancellation of Batgirl by Warner Brothers after the roughly $90 million production. Wait, really? $90 million? Okay. Well, okay, roughly, but still, that's had already wrapped. Isn't just shocking, but appalling.
Because memorial fervor, let me guess.
Okay, yeah. I'll keep
Yeah,
reading.
Go ahead.
A film that would have been path-breaking for DC Comics in terms of its representation. In addition to Grace, there is a trans actor playing a trans character, and the directors Adil El Aribi and Bilal Fallah are Muslim. Again, I'm terrible with reading names, so.
He's not good at it when it's English, let alone if it's from another fucking culture.
Oh yeah, no, dude. Seriously, God. To be fair, I didn't start reading until I was in third grade.
Mm-hmm.
I was lazy back then.
No, I relate entirely to this. Until third or fourth grade, I would trick people into reading things to me instead of having to read them myself.
We'll probably never see the light of day. Okay, that's the end of that. I do wonder what the actual reasoning was.
The reasoning
for why
behind...
why it was canceled. That's kind of that's what I'm
wondering. My guess is because it doesn't fit in any of the various continuities, and because it looked terrible, probably.
Here's the weirdest thing. I for some reason I assumed that it was part of the Birds of Prey thing because it looked very similar. Again, I'm mostly going off the image of the Batgirl costume and how it kind of looked.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm having to plug in my phone because it came unplugged while I wasn't looking.
Okay. I assumed it was a continuation of that, which to me is not a good thing because Birds of Prey, which we covered back in 2020.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It was shies. It was terribly, terribly shies.
Yeah. Yeah. It was not good.
But yeah, no, it's not it wasn't a continuation of the Birds of Prey continuity. It was a continuation, allegedly, of the Tim Burton era continuity from Flashpoint. Was supposed to be the logic.
Okay. Don't see how that would have worked, but okay.
Again, this is one of the reasons I think it was canceled. Number one, it was very ideological and thereby shit. Number two, it didn't fit anywhere in the various continuities. And number three, it was a new franchise at a time when DC can't really afford to be fiddling with new franchises, at least not from the old school.
Hmm.
Because Marvel is stable enough that they can fiddle with new franchises, but DC, I think all of this boils back down to David Zaslav wanting to right the ship and clean house, and realizing how many broken toys there were in the DC IP because of a combination of Zack Snyder shenanigans and old studio shenanigans.
Right.
So he was just like, I'm gonna clean the slate of everything that didn't work or it wasn't at least viable in the previous order, and then we'll take everything that was viable in the previous order and build something around it, which would have included Wonder Woman, Shazam, probably Black Adam, and Aquaman. Although Aquaman is sketchy at this point because of the Amber Heard bomb.
Okay, so in terms of the whole representation thing, that really shouldn't be a factor.
again, this is what bothers me about this. We haven't learned anything else about the plot other than its moralistic diversity
Well,
credentials.
okay, also, Brendan Fraser was supposed to play Firefly. He was going to be antagonist of the movie. So
I mean that actually is the best argument that could yet be made about why Batgirl should have continued to exist, because Brendan Fraser hasn't gotten work in for freaking ever. And
he has played Robot Man on Doom Patrol, another DC property, and he's actually been killing it. Mostly he's done voice work because.
Well, I mean, yeah, but everything about Doom Patrol was freaking awesome. Let's not beat around that particular bush. Everything about Doom Patrol.
I'm just saying, like, I am also just pointing out the fact that he was actually going to be full body acting in the Batgirl movie instead of just doing voice work that he'd done in Doom.
Uh-huh. Because my point is, there was a time not so very long ago where Brendan Fraser was one of he was basically the '90s equivalent to Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Again, and the reason why is because like he had gotten injured, I believe, in The Mummy 3, Tomb of the Dragon.
Yeah, in Tomb of the Dragon Emperor.
I actually didn't think that was a bad movie, to be honest.
No, I like all the Brendan Fraser mummy movies. They have a campy, self-aware charm to them that I was really, really appreciated, especially back then. But that's not here nor there. Right, point being is, I would have liked to have seen what Brendan Fraser could do, just because it's been forever and a freaking day since he's been in a thing. So I would like to see him in more things. Right. But that being said, everything we've heard about the movie has been morality first and diversity first, plot, characters, and anything else second, or up to and including its continuity. So,
or in that case, I haven't heard jack all about this. Like, I knew about it, and I saw the first image with the Batgirl costume, but other than that, nothing really else. Like, nothing really came.
Apart from Brendan Fraser being the villain, which I might be reaching a little bit here, but if they tried to do what they did to Ewan McGregor in Birds of Prey by making the villain a quote unquote toxically masculine stereotype,
well,
I would have rioted.
Yeah, it's waste of talent, to be honest.
Well, I mean, they had Ewan McGregor in Birds of Prey, and he couldn't save anything. So, and Ewan McGregor, for all of his faults, several of which might actually be believing this bullshit, he's a great actor.
Yeah.
I mean, Trainspotting is still one of the best movies that came out around that time. But
anyway, I don't really have anything else to say to any of that, just because, like, yeah, no, I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah, next. Yeah. It's just, again, number one, you can't tell the difference between the ideology that's using these people as human shields and the people themselves. And number two, you can't tell the difference between someone not abiding by your framework and being actually hateful. So, next.
The highly anticipated production also featured Michael Keaton reprising his role as the original silver screen Batman, J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon, and Brendan Fraser as the villain Firefly. Okay, I didn't know about J.K. Simmons or Michael Keaton actually being in this one.
No. Again, it's supposed to be they're supposed to bring back, or they were supposed to bring back, Michael Keaton as Batman in Flashpoint, and this was going to be a continuation of the resurrected Batman universe from the Tim Burton era. I did know about J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon, although it was my understanding originally he was supposed to play Commissioner Gordon in the Snyderverse, and then the Snyderverse crashed and burned, and then
he did in Justice League, obviously.
And then I guess one of the things that's going to happen in Flashpoint is aspects of the universes are going to bleed in together. But frankly, all this is immaterial to the fact that yes, J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon. I want. God damn you.
Right. No, totally. Like he's again, like talk of wasted potential as an actor playing a character.
And given how and
Don, one sec. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The difference is because J.K. Simmons is a very talented actor, and obviously he's very well known for playing J. Jonah Jameson in the Raimi films.
Yeah.
Not gonna
he's also voice acted him quite a few times, actually.
And he's also like a prolific voice actor as well.
Yeah.
But the reason why I would have loved to seen his Commissioner Gordon is because the Gordon himself is such a departure from J. Jonah Jameson.
I mean, in some ways, I kind of view Commissioner Gordon as sort of the lawful good equivalent of JJ.
I assume JJ is more neutral than anything.
I mean, yeah, chaotic neutral, probably.
Yeah, because he's, as I've said it so many times, and everyone just does not get this. He is an asshole, but he's not a bad guy.
Yeah. He's a very stereotypical boss character and a very stereotypical like head editor of a newspaper character.
Yeah, I was actually, full disclosure, I was actually thinking of doing a rewrite of No Way Home. Because I don't like that movie. And just kind of reworking J. Jonah Jameson to actually be the antagonist, not the villain, but the antagonist.
I mean that works as like honestly, as far as like Alex Jones parodies, their version of JJ wasn't terrible. Like if you absolutely must, gun to your head, do an Alex Jones parody, then they didn't do it in a terribly egregious way because they portrayed him as sympathetic. But I still feel I still have misgivings about him being a Alex Jones parody.
My major issue is that it does take away certain aspects of J. Jonah Jameson that make him an interesting and compelling character.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
J. Jonah Jameson, and again, this could be my own like kind of interpretation of the character, mind you, but he doesn't really strike me as a guy who would take the opportunity to out a underage kid who's risking his life. Sure.
Yeah. No, it's
sure. He would lambast Spider-Man because Spider-Man is a public figure, but a teenager. No. Like honestly, there are comics where it shows that J. Jonah Jameson looks out for Peter a lot.
And in cases where JJ figures out that Peter is Spider-Man or Peter reveals himself, JJ basically comes correct and realizes how much of a dick he's been.
Right. Hold on. I thought Commissioner Gordon was a pretty good guy. If anything, maybe a bit by the book, stick up the rear, but even then, not too much, or he wouldn't work with Batman.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a thing. But my biggest point in favor of JJ as Commissioner Gordon is the Tim Burton Batman movies and the animated series have always been fairly closely linked together. Like maybe not in the same universe, but at least in the same like neighborhood of the multiverse, for lack of a better word. And JJ's voice acting and mannerisms would be a very easy, like, it seems like a good translation of the animated series Commissioner Gordon into live action if JJ was to, or if J.K. Simmons was to. The fact that his name begins with 2 letters and also one of them is J is kind of it's one of those things that is like this person was born to play J. Jonah Jameson.
Okay, so we are literally an hour in this and we barely scratched the surface of this article.
Yeah. Next.
Yeah, I'd say. The decision seems to be a result of financial considerations, with Warner Brothers explaining that it was shifting gears as part of a merger with Discovery Inc. Incorporated, combined with questions about the movie's quality.
Yeah. Again, I genuinely think David Zaslav saw a cut of Batwoman and was like, we're already on a shaky enough ground as it is. There's no way we can market this.
Okay.
Yep.
Actually, it's funny you bring up David Zaslav. Warner Brothers Discovery president and CEO David Zaslav responded to criticism during a company earnings call on Thursday by saying, "We're not going to launch a movie to make a quarter, and we're not going to put a movie out unless we believe in it." Okay, that literally has nothing to do with any of the conjecture that's been said. That's more so about its actual quality than anything.
Yeah, again, I find myself really, really liking David Zaslav. Now, granted, he might be making a terribly wrong set of decisions, and it might all crash and burn. But there is also a chance that he's doing what I've always said DC should do, which is clean house and build a universe based on the successful properties, and build a universe from the ground up based on the stuff that's actually worked, rather than trying to limp along with dragging the corpse of all the stuff that didn't work. Um, and if this is basically David Zaslav pulling in Elon Musk for DC and making himself kind of the Kevin Feige, that's the attitude I want him to have. I want him to be focused on quality more than anything, like quality and rational construction of a universe. These are the two things I look for in a Kevin Feige surrogate for DC. And David Zaslav might be the end of DC in a Joel Schumacher sense if he makes a wrong decision or can't adjust to making a wrong decision on the fly. Or he might be the Elon Musk of DC by doing a bunch of seemingly crazy shit that ends up paying off because it's actually genius. And I'm thinking, based on everything I've seen of him, that he's more likely to be an Elon Musk than he is to be a Joel Schumacher.
Right. Anyway, Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay. Rolling Stone reported that the movie began testing with audiences in July, and while Grace's performance was praised, the overall feedback was negative. Okay,
So, in other words, we have
a audience. Hold on, I actually want to read the next sentence, just so like. But on social media, fans have expressed dissatisfaction with the explanation that the film just wasn't good enough. Okay, test audience, people who have actually seen this movie, which I assume have some critical ability.
Yeah, because most people do. Yeah.
Voiced it, and again, they weren't completely negative. They didn't lambast everything.
No, they just said her performance was good, but the movie is largely shit.
That actually tends to happen a lot with certain movies.
Yeah, actually. and given a lot of DC's mistakes basically boil down to the actors are trying by God, but the world around them just is shit. So in other words, in David Zaslav, we actually have someone who is willing to listen to the people who are actually paying for, i.e., the fans stroke customers, and adjust his company based on the opinions of the people who are actually paying for and consuming and appreciating the product. In other words, we have a person in Hollywood, by hook or by crook, who actually wants to listen to and adjust to the fan criticism, rather than calling everyone terrible people for not liking the thing. And you have a problem with this on moral grounds, do you?
Dude. Hey, Giant Turtle said something interesting. Isn't Zaslav the guy gutting things, pulling things like Sesame Street, misspelled Sesame, by the way, and threatening to shut down Cartoon Network and other animation stuff?
Yes. Because he realizes that Warner Brothers is essentially a bloated behemoth that is barely holding itself together and is slowly going down the critical pipeline, and He's essentially trying to he's essentially trying to right the ship by cleaning house and then assessing, okay, now that we've cleaned out all the bullshit, what do we have that's salvageable here that we can actually build the universe off of?
Right. Anyway,
that seems to be his approach to everything. Is how do we make movies and shows and things that A, people are going to enjoy, and B, is going to result in them paying for things and making us a bunch of money.
I mean, if we want a clear example of the shit that short, actually, I don't know, Gotham Knights, the CW thing.
I mean, the entire CW at this point is running on fumes.
There. Anyway, moving on, or anything else?
Yep, moving on.
Okay.
Well, with the exception of Superman and Lois, which I think they will probably end up keeping, but that's.
I assumed that was going to be put on HBO Max. And I think it had money from HBO Max, right?
Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, it's going to wind up there. Whether it's going to wind up there as a distributor platform, or whether it's going to wind up there after it's done airing,
Anyway,
I don't know. Hey, moving on.
After all, we're talking about DC, the company behind such Rotten Tomatoes roasted films as Green Lantern, Suicide Squad, 2016 version, and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, 2016. All these movies are tremendous flops. Okay.
Okay, my dear, you just explained why this thing is happening without getting all moralistic and bullshitty about it. The very reason why you need a David Zaslav to come in and clean house is precisely because Warner Brothers has of late been the studio that brought us such hits as those ones you've listed. I.e., if we know and we all mutually agree that DC has been producing shit for the foreseeable past, then maybe we need someone like David Zaslav to come in there and Elon Musk it by cleaning out whatever can be cleaned out and building a universe based on what is viable.
Right. Anyway, but there was an opportunity for Batgirl to turn the tide. Hold on. Batgirl is a female voice in a male-dominated genre that often feels exclusionary. Oh my god.
Fuck you so conceivably hard.
Here's the issue. How about actually make good good superhero movies with female leads?
Yeah. And once again, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
no, you go. It's fine.
Okay. Again, kind of pointing out. I mean, I know it's canceled now, but it got 3 fucking seasons. Batwoman on CW. For one thing, they didn't even keep the original character.
Yeah, no. It was an insult to the character, and it was an ideological weapon more than it was.
I'm also talking about because they shifted characters to play Batwoman in the show. Remember? Yeah, that's really stupid. But yeah, they also didn't keep true to the actual character of Kate Kane from the comics. Because I did research for my own rewrite.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really cool character. And yeah, they just fucked it up.
Yeah, okay. Now, couple of things, because there's a lot of wrong in their paragraphs. Or their sentences. Thing one, the superhero genre has contained female characters as long as it has fucking existed. Or very, very fucking nearly. Wonder Woman, created by William Moulton Marston in the fucking 40s. Also, speaking of Wonder Woman, what is one of the most successful DC Universe movies to date? It was the first Wonder Woman. And the reason it was successful was because it was not a feminist movie, it was just a female character-led movie. And therein lies, once again, the old, my old reoccurring chestnut. You guys can't tell the difference between a female movie and a feminist movie. You refuse to differentiate between the people and characters in a given demographic and your ideological suppositions and fucking Neoplatonic hive minds relating to that demographic. I.e., you can't tell the difference between femaleness and feminism. You can't even tell the difference between femininity and feminism anymore. And therein lies the fucking problem. And also, if you acknowledge that DC needs to turn a tide, may I ask the simple question, what the fuck do you think David Zaslav is trying to fucking do? And why, in God's name, would you think that doubling down on something that already existed in the DC extended universe, i.e., heavily garbled feminist bullshit in the form of Birds of Prey, would be a thing that turns the tide? If anything else, if anything, it would double down on what Birds of Prey did. That's not a turn of the tide, that's continuing along in the same direction. But this is the thing. Because you need this particular worldview to be ideologically and morally valid, you can't tell the difference between something being morally pure and something being qualitatively a good idea. Because in your mind, feminism must be the way and the truth and the light and all the good things. Even if, like every other time, morality and moralism has gotten in the way of artistic endeavors, it turns everything it touches into shit in exactly the same fucking way as all the PureFlix movies ruin their respective ideas by taking otherwise reasonable ideas and forcing heavily authoritarian Christian doctrine into the middle of them. I.e., when you try to make a movie moral first and good second, you will probably end up with it being neither, because when you make a movie that is moral before it is good, qualitatively, you will wind up with a movie that is moral before it is good, qualitatively. I.e., if you prioritize morality ahead of quality, you'll get morality ahead of quality, which will only exacerbate the problem by showing people that when your morality is the unifying force of an artistic piece, it turns that artistic piece into shit. However, if and this is why I'm phrasing it this way. If you just make a good movie and maybe find a place for the morality in the good movie somewhere, you might still wind up with a good movie in spite of the morality. That's the difference, because it's the difference between someone who believes in a given ideology but can at least put aside that ideology when it comes to making things to some degree, and someone who is so obsessed with their morality that they think the only way something can be qualitatively good is by making it moral. That's why all the Christian movies are or at least the vast majority of Christian movies are overly fucking preachy. It's why, and it's also why things like Captain Marvel and Birds of Prey don't work, because moral quality and qualitative quality, i.e., something being artistically good or not, are not the same fucking thing. They don't necessarily need to be at odds either, but when you prioritize one over the other, you'll probably end up with neither. Moving on.
Right. Yeah, I had something. What was it? Right. The issue, specifically with the issue I have personally, I don't know if anyone else has this, but the issue I have with like female-led superhero movies is more not so much with the female character or the actress. I mean, that latter part could possibly be it in some cases, but hardly ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's more so that they write these characters in the actual story, that they're not they're nothing. They don't change. They don't evolve. There's no development.
They're not actually three-dimensional
No, they're not.
characters.
Yeah, they're not characters. They're
Ideological mouthpieces.
yeah, and also there's hardly any creativity put into those movies either. Is the thing, which is like honestly, I'd say that the same thing if they did that with like male characters as well. Like I've said it before actually in some reviews we've talked about with certain superhero movies.
Yeah, and again, it's the difference between making a female character and making a feminist character, or making a character who happens to be a Christian versus a Christian character, capital C. When you put morality ahead of artistic quality, morality strangles artistic quality, and the lack of artistic quality makes your morality, at the best, look bad, but more often just shows how facile and authoritarian your morality tends to be. Because morality should, in all probability, actually be a personal, private choice, not something that is culturally or legally or politically legislated in any meaningful way.
Okay.
I.e., your morality is your business. It belongs nowhere in the public sphere.
So John Hart says, insert woke talk about how you are wrong and bad.
Yeah, I mean, people will, and I imagine when we release our comic, there'll be a bunch of hit piece articles about, have you heard what these two independent comic book writers say about our sacred ideology? Herder.
Whatever.
But I mean, that will probably end up just being a good thing for us because we'll just take those articles and then mock them on the show. So, yay.
What was I gonna? I don't think I have anything else to really say about. Yeah, I mean, again, mainly my issues all from just stem from like, is it a good movie? Are they good characters? Am I invested or anything? And also production stuff as well.
Yeah. Is there any quality to be found here?
Yeah.
is the main is and should be always the main question of any particular piece of art. Is there quality to be found here? Not its freaking meta, socio-political and socio-cultural shit. It's just, is this any good on its own terms for its own sake?
Moving on.
Yeah.
For fans who have felt marginalized by the testosterone-soaked Batman franchise, where women are often either sidekicks or romantic interests, excluding Catwoman, who is both, Batgirl represents opportunity for young women to see themselves as superheroes in the Batman world.
Okay, one, Batgirl has existed for decades. Two, you just mentioned Catwoman. Three,
well, no, excluding Catwoman.
What I know, but they can choose to randomly exclude her all they want, but that doesn't change the fact that Catwoman has always been a major character in Batman's rogues. It's disingenuous of them to just go, well, but this obvious counterexample to the thing I'm talking about isn't an obvious counterexample to the thing I'm talking about because I just don't want to talk about it, Dermot.
Fair, but again, that's what Batman is never really okay. I mean, not certain versions of Batman, sure, but again, he's
not really about the excess testosterone, really.
Right. I mean, you could argue Zack Snyder's version of.
Well, I mean, Zack Snyder is an edgy little brat who misunderstands Randian objectivism and yet feels the need to shove it in every conceivable crevice.
That's neither here nor there. Whatever.
But that's neither here nor there. And again, I have to bring back this back because
I did also want to mention this, but actually, before I do, please. No, I want to hear your point first.
Okay, but yeah, the point I'm bringing back from earlier because it bears repeating. Why do you think that little girls have such an issue relating to Batman? No, I'm serious. Why? What is it about Batman that explicitly refers to the male experience, quote unquote, and excludes female voices? because I can tell you that as another gender flipped version of this example, um, when I was growing up, one of my all time favorite movies was Matilda, and Matilda is a female character. That never once prevented me from relating to her as a character because I found her bookishness, her intelligence, and her quasi magical powers to be relatable. Um, so why do you think that a little girl can't look at, I don't know, for example, Tim Burton's Batman movies in the same way I did as a little boy? Because Tim Burton's Batman movies were two of the very earliest movies I ever uh, was exposed to, and I watched those con- constantly to the point that it almost wore out the VHSs. Um, why do you think that a little girl couldn't have the same or a very similar experience to the experience I had with regards to Tim Burton Batman movies, or Batman the Animated Series, or any of the Justice League variants that have Batman in them, or Batman the Brave and the Bold, or like there is nothing what so goddamn ever that a little girl couldn't find relatable in Batman. Especially because, and this is the other thing, Batman isn't a really like machismo laden character. He's not about brute force and strength and shit. Batman has usually been about discipline, acquiring skills, and the mind. Like those are the three like vectors of Batman. Yes, he's also physically developed, but he's physically developed because he developed the skill. That's one of the things that is a recurring theme of Batman is in a world of everyone having superpowers, he's the one guy who, regardless of any fucking superpowers, got so good at everything else that he is now on par with and in some cases surpassing all these beings that have the natural X factor of superpowers.
Dalton.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say, it is a Batman story, and Batman is technically the main character of that story. So, male or female, uh, they are side characters. Like that, you can't really change that. Don't be wrong. You can have stories where they tell where uh, on side characters to give a different perspective of Batman and how like other people would see him. Sure, like there was that comic series, um, Gotham Central, where it talked about like a police precinct within, like a police procedural within Gotham and stuff. Uh, but again, like usually a Batman story is told from the perspective of Batman. Therefore,
Or
anyone,
at the very least, from like a disembodied narrator kind of perspective.
yeah, fair enough. But we would follow the story of Batman. And plus, that honestly, most of the time in fiction, in stories of Batman, most of the time side characters are a lot more interesting than Batman.
And also, it's very often the side characters that are Batman's motivation, i.e., Batman, without the extra motivation of actually helping people, his day-to-day life would literally just be punching people. But usually when a side character gets involved, whether it's Jim Gordon, whether it's Barbara, whether it's um the Phantasm whose name I can't remember,
Uh,
uh,
I, give me a minute. Keep going.
whether it's Zatanna, and that's the other thing. In a lot of cases, Batman is around women in particular who are a lot more powerful than him. Um, I mean, if we're going by the Michelle Pfeiffer version of Catwoman, she fucking has acrobatic skills from out of nowhere and a whip. And if we're going by the comics, you've got Zatanna and Batman are really close. Wonder Woman and Batman are really close. Shaira, Hawk Girl, and Batman are really close. Like, there's so many female characters who, like, outclass Batman physically and metaphysically and emotionally and all these other ways, you know, female telepaths, etc. And Batman never once like draws attention to it or feels insecure about it at all.
Yeah, it's actually in I think one scene in Batman the animated series, like the original one, where like there's this really strong female assassin, uh, and she like is talking, saying, "You won't fight a woman," and then he says, "No, I'm an equal opportunity crime fighter."
I've literally seen people say that scene was misogynistic now.
Oh, bullshit. Anyway, I did find
Treating women the exact same way you would treat anyone else is now misogyny because you're not respecting women's boundaries enough. Derp.
no winning. Anyway, Andrea Belmont or Beaumont, Andrea Beaumont was
The Phantasm.
Yeah. No.
Which, by the way, she was a fascinating freaking character.
I honestly wish they had done more with that character. I mean, they did bring her back in some episodes or reference, but I mean, her story.
Yeah, they really could have done more with her as like Bruce's first love, particularly.
Yeah. Also, apparently the movie's only an hour and 16 minutes long.
Yeah, no, it's really short by movie standards. It barely qualified for a theatrical release.
That's just, nice. All right. Plus, I also want to mention like one of my favorite characters from the Batman cartoon that I grew up watching. The 2004 one. Was Detective Ellen Yin.
Yeah, who was far more competent than Harvey Bullock, by the way.
Yeah. They didn't have Harvey Bullock in that.
Yeah, but I think Detective Yen is more competent than any universe's version of Harvey Bullock. Pretty much.
I don't think he's a. What is this weird hatred you have for Harvey Bullock?
Because he's an incompetent stooge, and that's deliberately how he's written to make the other more competent members of GCPD look good, like Gordon.
I've never seen that version of Harvey Bullock.
I mean, yeah, but generally how Harvey is written is he's the like standard old school beat cop, and he's always kind of playing the fool to Gordon.
I've never seen that. I've always seen him as more the guy who is questioning the legality, like actual cop work, of working with a vigilante. It's like J. Jonah Jameson with Spider-Man, talking more about the accountability of Batman and what he does. That's how I've always seen the guy.
I mean, I've always viewed him as kind of an incompetent stooge.
You're gonna have to show me proof on that because I've never seen.
Yeah, he's a normal cop in a universe where normality has gone out the fucking window and been shot outside said window like freaking Old Yellow.
Okay, I still don't know how that makes him an incompetent stooge, but whatever.
Because when you stick to normality in abnormal situations, you will inevitably be an idiot, and that's always been Harvey's biggest issue. Is he tries to play too close to the old school I'm a cop, therefore I must be tough rules, and it always comes back to bite him in the ass because he's in the DC freaking universe.
Sidebar, and we cannot. No.
Yeah, skip.
Okay.
Next.
Back. No, I read that. I think to sum up like our thoughts on that whole paragraph there is it's incredibly stupid. Like there are women that honestly kind of outshine Batman in stories, or are more interesting, typically because Batman is Batman, and not to say he's a Mary Stu or anything because he's not. I think we are very well aware as
he's earned his possible Gary Stu-ness.
Yeah,
because he's been through. Although I will say this, and this is another complete sidebar, but and to be fair, it's not in every version of Batman that this happens, because there are some versions of Batman that actually do answer my query, in particular in the animated series ones. But magic in the context of the DC universe is a skill, and Batman's whole shtick is I'm the guy with all the skills. So Bruce, my dude, open a freaking grimoire, goddamn you!
Okay. To be fair, his flaws are not so more physical, but more so emotional and mental.
Yeah, no, he's still emotionally the little 12-year-old kid who lost mommy and daddy behind the alley.
10 or
I
9.
mean,
Like, it's 9 to 12. I think the ages are usually so.
I mean, yeah, but regardless, he's still the little boy who lost mommy and daddy behind the alley and feels the need to take it out on the world by punching people.
I mean, there is more nuance than.
Well, no, but I mean, from like a deep-seated psychological level, his mind is a genius level intellect, and so he makes a lot more constructive decisions than he otherwise would. But
Um,
his main drive is I lost mommy and daddy behind the alley. I'm gonna punch the world in the face until I feel better, basically.
yeah. Anyway, it was also an opportunity for more inclusive storytelling in other ways. Aside from having a Batgirl of color, not really.
There have also been women of color in comics for pretty much freaking ever.
Yeah, Renee
Vixen,
Montoya.
Bumblebee.
Renee Montoya.
Um,
Does Diana technically count? Because she's technically.
I mean, she's Greek, so yeah, probably.
Specifically, Zatanna also.
Kind of.
Yeah, she's supposed to be Greek too, I think, or Romanian.
I don't know Zatanna's ethnic background because, unsurprisingly, I've never yet been asked to care about Zatanna's ethnic background.
Well, no, I think it's just like her last name, I believe. Hold on, it's gonna bug me if I don't look it up.
Yeah, I want to say she's Italian. She and
I mean, it could be. It could be Italian. I think it is Italian.
Because Giovanni is a very Italian name.
Hold on.
And Giovanni is her dad, so Giovanni's Italian.
Zatanna Zatara. I mean, obviously, it's not really going to mention what her.
Because Zatanna is a character interesting enough that you don't have to throw her diversity credentials in there to make her interesting.
Although there's something weird. She's a Gotham-born kid.
I didn't realize she was born in Gotham. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that does sort of make sense now why she and Bruce are so close. This is still reminding me of that one episode of Justice League where Cersei turns Diana into a pig and Bruce goes to Zatanna to try and fix it. It's one of my favorite episodes.
It does say that she has a home of Magi, though. Like species.
Yeah, I mean, the freaking stupid fucking magic as a mutant power fucking thing.
Yeah, so she might be Italian.
Yeah, I'm going with at least of Italian extraction until we get some kind of confirmation otherwise, because also, Giovanni is Italian.
Depending on the version of Hawkgirl, Egyptian, kind of.
I mean, that strikes me as being a little bit pedantic. Let's not force that.
Completely fair. Others, honestly, there are a lot of female characters. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at DC Comics in a long time, so I don't know all the characters.
Yeah, but point being, there have been women of color. There have been women of color in comics for pretty much freaking ever. And that's not even counting all the Marvel examples too.
Yeah. Well, I assumed we were sticking with DC just because
I mean, again, in the context of the Batman mythos, like Detective Detective Yin, Renee Montoya, um, so on and so forth.
Leslie Tom. Well, Les, mm, Leslie Tompkins. She was actually like a mother figure for Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but there are plenty of examples
I,
of
I would say
people.
Talia, but
I mean, Talia is. I mean, she's the mother of his child. She's the mother of his child under really really fucked up circumstances. But
she's also a crazy bitch.
well, I mean, yeah, but by like Batman Rogues Gallery standards, she's kind of low on the Infinity scale actually, which to, which tells you more about
Oh yeah, his love
Bruce's
life.
life.
To quote
Just
someone, to quote someone,
yeah, but I mean, yeah, the mother of his child is Talia al Ghul. So, and I mean, to be honest with you, who else is Batman gonna wind up with other than a crazy bitch?
Cat.
Because
She's not crazy.
um um a bit, especially if you go by the Tim Burton version. Um,
Okay, I'm talking Tom. Anyway, god damn it, we were doing this again. Fuck.
next,
Also, no, I do not have a crush on Talia al Ghul. Never have.
no,
Because I assume you were going to make a joke that she is similar to Azula in some ways.
I mean she is, and you would probably try to save her if she actually existed. And
Actually, no, no. Everything I've learned about Talia al Ghul is she's an irredeemable bitch.
really,
Yep.
Talia, you draw the line, but Azula not. That's that's an interesting
Okay,
set
well,
of
one thing.
priorities you have there, my friend.
Here's the one thing. Talia is probably sort of immortal, so it's been around a lot longer. She's a full-grown woman. Azula is in her teenage years. Therefore, she is still capable of change.
I mean, maybe, but you do realize she's probably lightning you to the chest, and then I'd have to bloodbend her. That's how that would go.
Anyway,
Because
uh,
if she hurts you, I'm bloodbending her head to explode, like Scanner style.
fine. If we ever get into the Avatar universe, you can do that if that happens. Okay. Anyway,
All I'm saying is of the Ozai family, Zuko is the one who needs the most hugs. Azula can get fucked.
anyway, uh, in other way, aside from having a Batgirl filler, Batgirl's best friend, a trans woman named Alyssa Yo, was played by trans actor Ivory Aquino. Okay. This would have marked the first time a live-action feature film adaptation of a DC Comics title would feature an openly trans character.
Why is that significant?
I actually did a quick look over that character. Not really much there.
And I mean, not to be mean, but there have been trans characters in DC Comics for at least since the '80s because you've got
I might be somewhat. Hold on. Chrononaut, you just called Talia a basic bitch. No, she's not basic by any means, but
she's a crazy bitch.
that's
She's
totally.
not a basic bitch. She's a crazy bitch.
Although I will say this, she's basic in terms of the evil crazy bitch.
Yeah, I mean on the crazy bitch villainous scale, she's not even all that crazy. But honestly, if I was going to date a villain from the DC universe and it had to be a villainess, it would probably be Tala from from Justice League cartoon.
Tala.
Sorceress, she stooped Lex and then stooped Grodd. she was Felix Faust's apprentice, trapped in the mirror, and then she got
Right,
tricked into being stuck.
right.
The
It's been
the
it's been
the
a while.
sorceress with the sexy East European accent.
No, I know who you're talking about now. When you said Lex and Grodd, it took me a minute because it's been a while since I've seen the show. So
I don't know if Tala is actually from the comics, but if not, she should be. They need to do what they did with Harley and put Tala in the comics if they haven't already. And if she is from the comics, then I apologize for not knowing her because it seems like that would be a character I would know.
yeah, there isn't much to this character. Like I'm literally looking at the wiki right now.
Yeah, but next,
Yeah,
we're still on topic number one. Jesus.
we'll keep getting sidetracked.
Yeah.
Okay, fans feel sideswiped, and so do those who work on the film. Okay, the film I can understand. What fans? I want some examples.
Yeah, I need examples of this. And also, what about the fans who hated all the woke pandering and actually want to see DC do well, and so they don't mind jettisoning the dead weight. I can't speak today.
Jettison.
Jettisoning. I speak. I words. I can't.
I can say a word you can't. Holy shit.
There's a first time for everything. I think that might be the first time in almost 200 episodes.
Oh my god, it might be the end times. Holy shit.
Jettisoning. There we go. Words finally allowed into my face. Jettisoning the dead weight.
Hello, Johnny Troll. He's back, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read that in a moment. Dom, what were you going to say?
Yeah, but what about all the fans who A, hate the woke pandering, B, thought the movie looked like shit to begin with, and C, don't mind jettisoning the dead weight?
Okay.
Because I hate when they do this. Whenever our side of the fandom argument has legitimate arguments or legitimate criticism for projects, it's always her dermatoxic fans, her derma gatekeeping. But whenever their worldviews cascade of fans, i.e., mostly the Twitterati that aren't actually fans but never the fuck mind, have criticism, then we care about what fans think. When the fans are actually people who care about the IPs for their own sake and care about meritocracy, then that's toxic. But when it's Johnny come lately hipster fans who basically looked something up on Wikipedia and now are mad about it on Twitter, have an argument, then it's oh, we need to think of the fans. Derp. It pisses me off. Either demonize all the fandom groups or don't demonize any of them. That's my thing. I'd prefer if you didn't demonize any of them, but if you must be so anti-nerd, anti-fan, could you at least be consistent with this principle?
Okay. Alright, Strange. There are three elements of Batman: detective, Mr. Preparedness, and straight ninja. Most people forget the detective part. Some also forget the second, and a few idiots even mistake ninja for brawler. It's not wrong.
I mean, yeah. Of all the qualities of Batman, his physical strength is kind of just a byproduct of his skill development. Like he doesn't value strength for its own sake. He values strength because it makes everything else he needs to do and every other skill he needs to have easier, basically.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say. So moving on. Or...
Yeah. Next.
Okay. Still on this article, by the way.
Yeah, we're still on topic number one in a week where we have like 6 to do.
5, counting this one. 5.
Okay.
So yeah, I do think we're gonna have to skip a couple actually.
Yeah, we might just have to move to next week, but that's fine.
Okay.
We kind of anticipated doing that, so
We still can't believe it. Co-directors, the directors of the Batgirl movie said in a Instagram post. I'm sorry. Again, I am terrible with names, so like
he's going to butcher this, but it's nothing personal. He's just going to butcher it.
that's why I kind of skip to say it, just because like I don't want to butcher it. Okay. As directors, it is critical that our work can be shown to audiences. And while the film was far from finished, we wish that fans all over the world would have had the opportunity to see and embrace the final film themselves.
Okay, and that go ahead.
Maybe one day they will. I guess that's just the Instagram thing. So okay.
But I have a query for you. I have a hypothetical. So I'm perfectly fine with that statement. That statement is fine. But here's a thought for you. What if the movie gets released anyway, or in the hypothetical alternate universe where it got released? What if it gets panned by fans? What if the fans hate it? What if the fans view it in the same way they viewed Birds of Prey? What if it's ideological, moralistic trash? Will you then say, oh, well, I guess the fans are right. I guess we fucked up. I guess we didn't actually make a good product? Or, perchance, will you, just like every other time this has happened throughout the recent years, say, the fans who didn't like it aren't actually fans at all, and meritocracy is just code for white supremacy and derp and a derp and a derp? Because I've been around this fandom controversy field a time or two now, and 9 times out of 10, when the fans have a reaction that is not favorable to a piece of art, the artists all of a sudden decide that the audience is a bunch of uncultured peasant swine who need to be demonized and told that they're immoral until they stop.
Right.
But when you're not getting what you want, then you use the authority of the concept of fandom for your own ends. That's what's bugging me about this. Because we all know that if the movie had come out and gotten panned horribly by everyone, by everyone except the critics, you would have been saying that the fans are a bunch of toxic, uncultured swine. So, yeah.
Right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. Whether or not it gets resurrected, the killing off of Batgirl doesn't inspire confidence in the direction Warner Brothers Discovery is headed. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Actually, no, never mind. Actually, just say what you want to say.
Speak for your fucking self, because actually, again, I'm at an unusual place with David Zaslav. I think that he might be smart enough to realize he needs to clean house, and that's why he's canceling things left and right. He needs to. I think he thinks he needs to, basically figure out what parts of WB's apparatus are working, and clean out all the rest, all the things that are either in a neutral state or aren't working full stop, and build something new from the ashes of the old, using the stuff that actually was working properly as the basis for the new order. I think he's basically pulling an Elon Musk. And again, if it turns out that he's more like an Avi Arad or a Kathleen Kennedy or a Amy Pascal than he is a Kevin Feige or an Elon Musk, I will be the first to say, I fucked up. He was just being a corporate stooge and we're all doomed. But there's a good chance that the reason why what he's doing is seeming erratic is because he's being crazy like a fox and is smart enough to see on which side his bread is buttered and which way the winds are blowing. And if that be the case, if he ends up being a bastard love child of Elon Musk's business acumen with Kevin Feige's fandom servicing abilities, then I will say I told you so, because earmarking this segment here for later. So if it turns out he is crazy like a fox and actually turns out to be an unorthodox genius, then I want the credit of saying I told you so.
All right,
And it is now recorded for posterity. Haha.
moving on.
Yeah. Next.
In a chart the newly merged company released Thursday, audiences had the chance to see just how gendered its conception of its programming is. The chart shows that executives believe HBO Max skews male, specializes in scripted content, and is appointment viewing. On Discovery Plus skews female, specializes in unscripted programming, and is comfort viewing. The chart has been salvaged on social media, and with many saying it proves that sexism is running the show. What the fuck?
No, my darling. It shows that on balance, men and women of their own free fucking will make different choices because they prioritize entertainment differently because they look for different things in their entertainment because they're psychologically different. That's what that implies. It doesn't imply sexism. It implies men and women are different beings psychologically and therefore prioritize different things in their entertainment and seek out different kinds of entertainment as a result of that prioritization of their own free will. Why aren't you saying, why aren't you, and just to prove how stupid you're being, let's take that statement you just made. The fact that women prefer unscripted content means that scripted content is sexist to women, and flip it. Why aren't we allowed to say the devil's advocate opposite, which is maybe men prefer scripted content because unscripted content is sexist against men? Would you accept that supposition? Would you accept that devil's advocate position? Because I wouldn't. If so, and I am a self-identifying men's rights advocate with my own freaking men's rights show on a different channel, by the way. Um, but if someone told me that they thought that the reason why men didn't prefer unscripted content is because unscripted content was sexist against men, I would A, laugh in their face, and B, angrily smack them upside the head logically in both the abstract and possibly the literal if we were in an actual physical setting. So even I, the dyed-in-the-wool, self-identifying men's rights advocate with a men's rights show on a different channel, would look at the gender-flipped version of what you just said and laugh at it hysterically. So why, in any god's name or any goddess's name for that matter, can we not look at what you just said as it is and laugh at it hysterically? I.e., if we can't say that the reason why men prefer scripted content to unscripted content is because unscripted content is sexist, why is it an entirely sane thing to say that the reason why women prefer unscripted content to scripted content is because scripted content is sexist? In my opinion, both of these statements are fucktarded beyond all reason.
Uh,
But in your opinion, only one of them would be. It's funny that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, let me move it down. Okay. Additionally, Bloomberg reported that given 6 seats on the new company's board, Zaslav and Discovery appointed a roster of all white male directors, and that majority uh, of the chief executive officers, 13 direct reports, are also white men, some of them recently hired under Zaslav.
Wait, read that again. I'm still processing the stupid.
Okay. Additionally, Bloomberg reported that given 6 seats on the new company's board, Zaslav and Discovery appointed a roster of all white male directors, and that the majority of the chief executive officers, 13 direct reports, are also white men, some of them recently hired under Zaslav.
Okay, once again, with feeling for the cheap seats, identities are not teams. There is no male conspiracy or male hive mind or male like value system that makes men prefer other men. In fact, they've actually done psychological studies which show that on balance, men actually have an outgroup preference, i.e., on balance, according to the actual psychological data we have, men would prefer to spend time with women than other men. Ironically, however, because I'm going to give both sides of the data as long as we're touching on this, women actually have an in-group preference, which is a bit odd. I.e., women, on balance, would rather spend time with other women, which is a bit odd because you would assume that either both genders would have an in-group preference because gender camaraderie, or both genders would have an out-group preference because pair bonding and sexual dimorphism in that. But funnily enough, what we see in the actual data when it's being presented honestly is men prefer to spend time with women on balance. They would prefer to spend time with women rather than men, and women would also rather spend time with women rather than men, which implies by sheer data that we are a gynocentric species who favors women disproportionately in general, which means that we also lose favor of men in general, i.e., on balance, our species is willfully indifferent to men where possible and overly charitable to women where possible.
So moving on.
And okay, last point. And yet, somehow, in modern day academia and modern day psychology, it's the patriarchy hypothesis that has the overwhelming support and overwhelming acceptance, whereas the gynocentric hypothesis is something that's only had amongst certain evolutionary psychologists and, of course, the men's movement. Somehow. Moving on.
Uh, and then there's the problem of Ezra Miller. The actor who plays the title role of the upcoming DC movie The Flash has been making headlines for a variety of disturbing behavior, from getting arrested in Hawaii to accusations of abuse and intimidation. One 12-year-old's mother was issued a temporary protective order against the actor. Miller appears to be a serious liability, yet The Flash seems to set for release in summer 2022. I
Okay,
don't.
this I have no issue with because yes, I think the Flash should also get either it should be reworked with a different actor as the lead actor playing the Flash, or it should be 86 entirely. I actually agree with her here because if the Reaper's blade of David Zaslav comes for the Batwoman, it should also come for every other flawed Snyderverse adjacent thing, which would include the Flash.
Batgirl. Batgirl and Batwoman are very different.
Oh, sorry, but yeah, if David Zaslav's Reaper blade comes for Batgirl, then it should also come for the Flash because both are broken, shallow, probably not very qualitative holdovers from the Snyderverse era that we'd all be better off getting rid of for the time being.
I don't really have anything to say that because I think you. I mean, yeah, I don't know. To be fair, I wouldn't judge the movie based on the actor himself. Like, I didn't even do that. Brie Larson.
No, and to be fair, technically it shouldn't, but I mean they got rid of Johnny Depp from the Fantastic Beasts franchise just on an allegation of
That is completely fair.
Yeah, just on an allegation of abuse. So given all the things that Ezra Miller is confirmed to have done, the fact that he's not getting at least the Johnny Depp treatment from Warner Brothers is a little bit jarring.
Yeah, okay, that's completely fair, and I'm not going to argue with that. So yeah, I get it. For the sake of the actual equality here, this should be. But I would feel very bad because this took a long time to get up and going, and also the other actors in it as well.
I mean, they both did, but if David Zaslav is really pulling, the bastard love child move of Kevin Feige and Elon Musk and getting rid of all the dead weight of the DC franchise, then The Flash is dead weight by Warner Brothers' own metrics, considering that again they reshot Aquaman because to remove all the mirror scenes at least. So either the Flash should be reshot with a different actor, or it should be just scrapped entirely.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, last part. I think this is the last part of this article. It only took us 2 hours. All right. Not everything has to have a sinister undertone, and the decision to cancel Batgirl could well have been made for purely financial reasons. If your fans are concerned about racism and sexism, perhaps it's time to look at your production practices and start listening. Yeah, no one wanted to see this fucking movie. That's the thing.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with scary moral buzzwords. It had everything to do with quality and with the fact that no one even knew why they were making a Batgirl movie to begin with, really. And they didn't even know what universe it was supposed to be set in.
It felt, that was also like the major question, really.
Yeah, it was completely superfluous because nobody knew where it fit in terms of the continuity at all.
I actually did try to do a rewrite or pre-write, as some have said, of the Batgirl movie, and I even did fan casting for it. I'll get into it now, I guess, because I wanted to talk about it early on, but I figured finishing after would make more sense. So I wanted to go with Karen Gilligan as Barbara Gordon, Batgirl.
Karen Gillan as Batgirl. That would be interesting.
Well, man, I just like her. She's a really great actress, and
I mean, she is a redhead, so yay.
Actually, no, that wasn't even like a thing I considered. I just thought she'd be really good in that role.
Mm-hmm.
But story-wise, it was actually supposed to be like a very small, contained story that didn't have Batman, because that did seem to be a constraint here, sort of. Where it followed Barbara Gordon in Chinatown, where like the clock tower is and stuff, where her apartment is and stuff, in Gotham City.
Mm-hmm.
And the main villain was going to be a very obscure Batman villain called Humpty Dumpty, or Humphrey Dumper. Or Dumper. And I actually had the guy, I don't know if anyone here is a fan of The Office, but the guy who played Kevin.
Interesting.
No, not him. What was that guy's name? I'm sorry. They look very similar, but it's another actor. I believe he was in David Finch's Zodiac. That actor, because he had a lot more range, I think. It's the bald head. I'm sorry. That sounds really fucked up, but
yeah,
the bald heads kind of confused me.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm looking it up just because like I. But yeah, the kind of idea was, well, the whole purpose of Humpty Dumpty is he takes things apart and then tries to put them back together, which also includes people. He has a very simplistic mind. He's intelligent.
And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Yeah. That's actually why he was put into Arkham Asylum, is because
He
he
was trying to reverse engineer the human body.
his grandmother actually.
Interesting. I mean, again, the only problem I see with this is number one, consent, and number two, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put other humans back together again.
Right. John Carroll Lynch is who I'm thinking of.
Hmm.
I think he also played Eastman on The Walking Dead.
Mhm.
But yeah, and like she was going up against him, obviously because like he was killing people and putting them in.
Did he try to capture Gordon or something?
Well, no, I didn't even put Gordon in here. Actually, the whole was actually also I was trying not to have things directly related to Batman because again, that does seem to be like a precedent for this movie.
Well, I could understand not having Batman in there, but you kind of have to have her dad, presumably. Like
I was going like
that's how I not to step on your toe, but that's how I would have done it to make it a more personally her story. I would have had Humpty capture Gordon, and then she has to rescue her dad.
right. Well, I was also trying to, I guess, set up other stuff like have other side characters and stuff that were also members of the Bat family.
Hmm.
That were kind of newer and stuff. But yeah,
Hmm.
and this was actually like a story that was set after like the Killing Joke, where she was Oracle at first. She started off like that.
Ah.
Um,
They should
and
have left her as Oracle.
true.
It
Um,
really it it really added something to her character that got completely erased when they gave her. And maybe this is just me being a biased little crippled shit, but I really liked Oracle's character, and I was sad when they gave her legs back.
she gets her legs back in this story too.
Aw.
I'm sorry. It's just like the whole idea was basically
See, but that would have also made it interesting. Is if A, Humpty captures Gordon, so she has to save her dad, and B, she has to save her dad
okay. Okay,
while still being.
here's the issue I have with that, with the whole her dad thing, because there was going to be a death, but it was related to a side character who was her brother. It was a whole thing. I don't remember it because I wrote it down, but I scrapped it because I couldn't really finish it. Um, but okay, it's just logically speaking, if Gordon is kidnapped, Batman's going to intervene. You know.
Well, maybe Bruce is around. Is the thing that's what I was always assuming about this movie was it was A, something personal to Barbara herself that either she wouldn't want to bring Bruce in on, or B, that Bruce was maybe out of town on a business trip or something and she didn't want to worry him. And
No,
the
sorry.
other
Dragon Turtle said, I was sad that she got her legs back. They authenticated 2022.
well, okay, but if you know Oracle, you know why because they they basically retconned Barbara's entire history to give her legs back, which
Or
means that all her actual character was put into the wood chipper so that they could reboot the universe again.
okay, as much as I would like to use Humpty Dumpty, um, it could be James Gordon Jr.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but
Uh,
I
for, for people who don't know who James Gordon Jr. is, I believe he is the old. Is he the? No, I think he's the younger brother of Barbara Gordon, and he's also a fucking psychopathic serial killer.
yep.
Yeah, that's a messed up family right there. You thought Batman had issues with this?
I mean, it makes perfect sense with the sort of bat legacy, I suppose. But damn, The I mean, poor Jim Gordon Sr. His 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 daughter is Batgirl and his son is a serial killer. That's like I I there's so many levels of fucked up. Poor Jim must be on antidepressants.
I'm sorry. This whole thing we got cut short, just because
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to skip the 2 that we had originally planned, just again for time because it's been 2 hours now.
Mm-hmm.
So this one Dolan sent me. It's from Bounty in the Comics. MCU rumor. Okay, it's a rumor, so I'm not entirely sure I want to read that. But yeah, Mandalorian actor Giancarlo Esposito being eyed for X-Men franchise reboot. It's by Philip Pratt, published May 26, 2020. What?
Yeah, it's old. It's an older article, but the video that inspired me to go and look for it was newer.
Okay. Okay, so and Don and I had a brief discussion when he first sent me this, talked to me about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ultimately okay with it, just because Giancarlo Esposito was a great actor. Although, personally, I prefer to see him in a DC role, just because I think he has that more energy for it than a Marvel one.
See, I don't know because Professor Xavier by definition has to be wise. That he has to be the wise old mentor, and I think.
Don, how about we actually go into the article? Because
yeah, I mean let's do the thing first, and then we'll get off into the weeds.
All right, let's face it. There's little to no hope that weren't going to be sweeping changes made to the X-Men as their MCU debut slowly approaches. Okay.
I mean, that's incredibly cynical. The X-Men are probably the one franchise they're probably going to leave mostly alone because they already get diversity points because mutants.
If fans had their hearts set on seeing the X-Men even remotely like they used to be at Fox, I'm sorry to say it was never quite like. I mean, it wasn't entirely.
I mean,
to be honest,
fuck Fox entirely. The Fox X-Men were terrible. Logan and Deadpool notwithstanding.
And X-Men First Class.
No.
I like that movie. Okay, fuck you. I like that movie.
No, okay. If we're gonna be saving one of the X-Men movies, we're gonna be saving the original one that has Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart in it. We're not saving the fucking. We're making these movies just so we don't have to give the rights back to Marvel generation. Fuck that noise. Because I love James McAvoy, he should never have been cast as Professor X. And Michael Fassbender, for one thing, where the fuck is his accent? Magneto was supposed to have a goddamn accent. But that's neither here nor there. But point being is the Fox X-Men are a terrible rendition of the X-Men, and they should not be anyone's gold standard for they should not be anyone's gold standard for an X-Men adaptation.
I mean, I will say they are very much a 2000 superhero movie. At least the trilogy, the first trilogy.
No, the new generation had the same problem, and that's one of the reasons why it's so terrible. Is because they should have leaned more into the comic bookiness, but Fox is still, or was still, stuck in we have to uncomic book all this comic book shit in order to make it work.
Okay. I don't really have anything else to say. Don?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Although movie studios seem to be slowly coming back to their senses, we unfortunately have to put up with obnoxious Puritans that will try to set the internet ablaze with ridiculous internet activism. While the MCU won the hearts of millions with their first round of storytelling, the other parts began to give way to various distracting agendas. Well, at least one or two of the films.
I mean that's true, and I will give that to you. But the problem I have with your argument about hypersensitive moral Puritans is this article seems very much to be being the same kind of moral Puritan, just on the other side. And this is the problem I have with a lot of the anti-woke um, content creators lately, is a lot of them seem to do what I call embracing the straw man, because in ye olden days of like late 2015, early 2016, when all of these various pop culture gates got a rolling, the initial point was it wasn't the actual diversity we had a problem with. It was the ideology that that diversity was being used as a human weapon to um, force into things. I.e., we don't have a problem with female characters or gay characters or black characters or any of the other fucking things. We have a problem with A, the ideology that usually got uh, grafted onto those things, and B, that it had a negative impact on quality. And my issue, why I bring that up specifically with this, well, let me finish my embracing the strawman point first. Well, like I say, in the olden days, it was always the ideology. It wasn't actually the diversity. And then when we would raise these points about how the ideology and the people in question were separated or were separable, the industry would always come back to us with, "Oh, you're just mad because you hate X demographic." And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the anti woke types forgot that it was supposed to primarily be about the ideology and just started embracing the straw man, to the point that now, even when a quote unquote diverse casting would be a qualitative choice, because, and I bring this up because Giancarlo Esposito is an amazing actor and would fit perfectly well with Professor Xavier's mannerisms. I mean, we're basically talking about a wheelchair bound, more morally upstanding version of Stan Edgar from The Boys with telepathy, you know, um, if he was to play Professor X, and that makes perfect sense. Um, so my issue is Giancarlo Esposito is a good quality casting. It's a quality choice. So dark skin or no fucking dark skin, if it if it's not specifically ideological and or doesn't get in the way of quality, then who the fuck cares? That's what I said in, late 2015, early 2016, and it's still what I'm saying now. Because unlike a lot of my compatriots, I refuse to embrace the strawman. I can tell the difference between the ideology and the demographics that are used as human shields for said ideology. And I'm only interested in stopping this ideology insofar as it gets in the way of quality, which which it is inevitably going to do, because this ideology is designed to get in the way of quality, because they find the very notion of quality existing in a non-subjective or at least intersubjective state to be a moral wrong. And that's why most studios today are fucked in the head. But in this one case, which we have to take by a case by case basis, Giancarlo Esposito is an amazing choice for um choice for Xavier. And
Well, that hasn't been mentioned yet, and again, it is still technically a rumor. So, I'm taking that with a grain of salt.
I, the thing is, I don't really care whether it's a rumor or not, because if it is a rumor and they turn out to cast someone else entirely, then honestly I'd be disappointed now, because now that they've opened the door to the possibility of Giancarlo Esposito playing Professor X, I really really want to see Giancarlo Esposito play Professor X, because again, I'm imagining a slightly more morally upstanding version of Stan Edgar, wheelchair bound with telepathy, which is an excellent, like, that already gives me Professor X vibes. Anyway, moving forward.
I Completely fair. Okay, so Jonah Arts and Dragon Turtle said something. Uh, when you burn the strong man to save the village from the witch/warlock evil spell, no one would care. You leave them alone, they complain, they burn the village bridge when you leave. They find the notion of definitions as a moral wrong because it is an artificial restraint on what can be what and what can be right. I assume what you meant is what can be wrong and what can be right.
Well, they also find our definitions of quality to be backwards, i.e., they believe that value does not exist. So it's not just they find definitions themselves to be bad. They find the very notion that quality is something that is non-subjective or at least intersubjective, to be itself a moral wrong. That it's essentially the argument of you shouldn't ever strive for quality because that might eliminate things. It's essentially the abstract equivalent of their argument about fascism and liberalism. They view fascism and liberalism to either be entirely like simpatico with each other, or they view liberalism as inexorably leading to fascism because both liberalism and fascism um, uh, prioritize individuality and meritocracy to some degree. And they view the only possible outcome of prioritizing individuality and meritocracy to be the inevitable most competent individual, which would result in the strongman dictator. So their solution to if all individualism with a meritocratic element leads to the strongman um, archetype that is at the center of fascism, which is what they believe, then we'll just create a civilization that doesn't prioritize the individual in any manner whatsoever and completely ignores meritocracy. That's their solution.
I'm sorry. I didn't want you to just because we 2 hours and 20 minutes so far, man.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, I believe it's safe to expect the next phase of the MCU to be drastically different than the first. Yeah, that's how it works. If the marketing choice behind Captain Marvel and the unnecessary emphasis on diversity in the Eternals says anything, it's anything to follow will be more than likely be of the same ilk. Hold on, Don. I do want to say something. Yes, marketing for Captain Marvel was terrible. I'm not going to disagree on that. I don't remember there being emphasis on diversity in the Eternals. I mainly just...
No, there was. There definitely was.
Okay, well, that's just... Okay, that's...
Because they raced and gendered swap half of them, and then when they were promoting it, they were like, we have the most diverse cast, and we have the most grandiose themes, and that. They basically turned Eternals into an art school Oscar bait movie.
All right. What was I gonna? Well, I mean, to be fair, the marketing I'd seen, which were really just only trailers, it just there was nothing there.
It's not a good movie, and B, it's deliberately the opposite of everything it should be. And no, I don't mean morally or politically. I mean, they should have doubled down on the Jack Kirbyism like they did with Ragnarok and the Guardians movies, but instead they made an anti-Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Which resulted in exorcising any Jack Kirby from it.
Okay, so what were you gonna say?
The thing I was going to say is, number one, that doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't follow that because they made this mistake several times, they're going to inevitably make that mistake again and again and again. And number two, in this particular case, Giancarlo Esposito is good for the role. So, and again, I must default back to my original, years old position at this point, which is I don't have a problem with these ideologies insofar as they don't get in the way of quality. And I say that with regards to every ideology. You can have your Christian themes or your social justice themes or your family values themes in these movies if you can A, make them organic to the story, and B, don't let them get in the way of quality and don't prioritize morality over artistic quality. And in this case, casting Giancarlo Esposito as Professor Xavier would not be a non-qualitative choice, which in and of itself might infuriate some of the social justice types because, again, these people operate on the assumption that value is a harmful illusion that we must get rid of because it limits the potential of existence and so on and so forth, and is in and of itself a moral wrong. So it might be the case that they cast Giancarlo Esposito and the SJWs are still mad because he actually does have acting talent. And you might actually see several articles going, why did they have to cast someone with actual acting talent to play this character? And if they do, i.e., if Marvel casts it and then these very same people make those sorts of articles, which they very well might do because they've done similar articles before, I will be the first person to shoot them with a fucking metaphorical, a metaphorical shotgun in a barrel full of fish. But that's neither here nor there. In this case, Giancarlo Esposito is a qualitative choice to play this character. And his mannerisms and so forth do fit the character. So, insofar as social justice, like every other morality, doesn't get in the way of these things, who cares?
Right. Although, even if they cast a good,
the writing might still be shit, but that would be another issue.
Like the actors and actresses in Eternals were
very good actors. They were just given nothing whatsoever to do, and were in fact limited to. They basically made them do what Hayden Christensen did in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, like the guy who played. Well, I mean, the only one that I really think stood out was Hephaestus, and that actor is Brian Tyree.
Yeah, Phastos in the Eternals. Yeah,
Phastos. Sorry.
Well, no, he is basically their equivalent to Hephaestus. I'm just saying that the character's name is slightly different.
It's confusing, okay, because they have actual names that reference actual.
Yeah, their names reference mythological characters, but they're not actually supposed to be those mythological characters.
What I was going to say is Brian Tyree Henry, who played Phastos, was actually one of the better ones, just because I think he just had that natural charisma with him.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember seeing him play a character called Women in Bullet Train. Great movie, by the way. Totally recommend. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
He was awesome. And for the record, he's actually American, and the dude was doing a British accent.
Oh, I thought he was British. Good for him.
Yeah, he was born in Fayetteville, I believe, North Carolina.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, like he did it's like Robert Downey Jr. with Sherlock Holmes.
He did a really. I know a lot of British people were actually mad that they had an American playing Sherlock, but the very same people were also really impressed by his Sherlock. So,
All right.
But I do remember when he was originally cast, there was a lot of backlash to it on the other side of the pond.
Okay, moving on. So we've done a tangent there. The X-Men and Fantastic Four will undoubtedly be like nothing we've seen before. That will be by design, not just political and ideological pandering. Marvel Studios boss Kevin Feige has no interest in retreading any ground that was previously ventured by the franchise's past proprietors and his former bosses. great interpretations of the actual characters.
Yeah,
Or
no, they were neither good nor accurate to the source material. So
no,
what?
no, again, they could be shit, but for very different reasons.
Yeah, but and again, I don't understand this like rose-colored glass nostalgia for the Fox X-Men and the Fox Fantastic Four. Like they were terrible. They weren't anything like the Fantastic Four or the X-Men. And the only reason they were even passable was because the casting was sometimes good. Like Michael Chiklis as the Thing in in the Tim Story Fantastic Four. Um and obviously Patrick Stewart as Xavier and Ian McKellen as Magneto.
Uh,
And even James McAvoy is good, but they still should have just given the rights back to fucking Marvel and not rebooted it. But that's neither here nor there.
um, now I don't have anything else to really say, so moving on.
Yeah, I find it weird that 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 line, particularly that line, implies that they want Marvel to retread the old ground, which the old ground had nothing in common with the actual fucking comic. Like, if if anything, I'm excited to see what Marvel does with the X-Men and the Fantastic Four because they have all the previous examples of what not to do, basically.
Yeah,
Um,
especially with Fan Four Stick.
yeah, and they can lean into the weird cosmic comic booky shit that the other studios were like, we can't actually make a comic book movie actually like a comic book because then it won't be good, herder.
Right.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
All right.
Also, Doom needs to be a sorcerer, and if he's not a sorcerer this time, I'm fucking burning shit to the ground.
Fan Four Stick. Yeah, that's what. It was a weird title that they made. Like,
Yeah, he wasn't a sorcerer in the Tim Story one either. He was like some kind of electronic mutant.
well, that and also Businessman.
Yeah, they turned Doom into Lex Luthor and gave him mutant electrical powers. Also, he was played by Cole from Charmed, but that's neither here nor there. Point
Anyway,
being,
um,
Doom needs to be a sorcerer next time, or I riot.
that and also a king. Well,
Yeah,
is he a king?
dictator,
Royalty, I guess, in a way.
tyrant. He's not royal.
He thinks he's royal.
His mother was a gypsy. He's not royal.
He thinks he's royalty.
No, he thinks he's a dictator. He doesn't even try to be a monarch.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You know more. I believe. Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
moving on.
This is probably why they'll be basing much of their scripts on the Ultimate X-Men, as opposed to the more traditional universe stories found in the Marvel Comics universe. To be fair,
You mean like Fox did?
I know I was gonna say like they kind of are. I assume going to mix some of it and
Well,
take.
yeah, they always mix them together, but that's not the
But I was gonna say like take the bits that work, toss out the ones that don't, and mix it together. You know.
and streamline it where they can,
Yeah.
like they always do. Um, and yes, there might be some wokening in the interim there. But point being, I find it funny that you're disparaging the Ultimate X-Men movie or the Ultimate X-Men comics because the movies were more grounded and more based on the Ultimate X-Men comics than they were the original comics as well. For example, they um massively depowered Colossus and based his personality on in everything but Deadpool. They based his personality on the Ultimate Colossus. Also, the Ultimate Colossus was gay, and we never got confirmed that Daniel Cudmore was playing a gay character. And that might sound social justicey, but god damn it, I want there to be a universe where I'm dating Colossus.
My God, you are a thirsty bitch.
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
For the record, I can say this shit because he's my best friend.
Yes, he can. He has my gay card as a shield. I have offered it to him.
And he also has an Hispanic card. My Hispanic card is his shield. So,
Yes, and a mocking him for being an inner city thug card
and
as
I also
well.
him for being a hillbilly. So
Yeah. Yes, our mockery is a sign of how close we are as friends.
yeah. How do you do, Mr. Sawyer? All right. John Hart said, okay, this is it's relating to Doom here. Royalty is those who rule over land, so he is technically a royal from the old way of it. Modern terms changed it, but that is neither here.
I mean, to some degree, I don't think Doom thinks of it that way because
Okay, that's really fair.
he's well aware that his mother was a peasant, and in like our universe's parlance would be he's Doom is descended from the Marvel Universe equivalent of the Romani, basically. And he's well aware that his mother was a peasant, and therefore he came from the peasantry. So I don't think he ever tried to function as a ruler or as a royal. I think he always functioned more along the lines of a dictator.
Right. Anyway.
And if I die spontaneously, then you know I was wrong because Doom found out and crossed the universe just to kill me because he's Doom and he might do that. So if this is the last podcast, you know what happened. I got by Doom.
Goodbye from Crest Pro Health.
What the
like your bones, your teeth lose density over.
What in the fuck was that hole?
It was an ad on the article that just started playing.
That's
weird. I just muted it. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah. Next.
I expect an unconventional starting X-Men lineup, as well as changes to sexuality, gender, and races.
Wondering what actually goes into your multivitamin? At New Chapter, it's innovation, organic ingredients, and fermentation. Fermentation? Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck?
Formulated to help your body really, truly absorb the natural.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
New Chapter, wellness well done.
I mean Dragon Turtle. I just gave him the possible out to explain my absence, so I might have sealed my own fate there. Although to be fair, he might respect that I was smart enough to foresee this coming and therefore not kill me. Maybe.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I keep getting these. God damn these fucking ads.
Mute ads, mute. Goddamn you.
I don't know what the. I muted one, but it still fucking played audio.
The ads are still being the ads.
Yeah. Anyway, fuck's sake. Where was I?
It is the internet, folks. Lo the perils of the ads upon the internet.
Okay.
Plague of ads upon your houses.
Anyway, right. I expect an unconventional starting X-Men lineup, as well as changes to sexuality, gender, and races.
I mean, that's possible, but there's no indication of that just from Giancarlo Esposito being cast as Professor X.
Again, that is a rumor because I'm just trying to be. I'm not saying that.
I mean, sure, but if it weren't a serious enough rumor that they would be willing to float it, it probably wouldn't have leaked. They do that. They do that on purpose a lot of times. They'll start a rumor that something is going to happen just to see what the fandom reaction is, and then if the fandom reaction is mostly positive, they'll go ahead with it.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And again, I would sort of be mad now if they didn't go through it. Now, granted, I don't want the aforementioned wokening of the X-Men. Otherwise, I'm just saying that as long as they go with actors of quality, that I don't fucking care. Also, there are plenty of gay and diverse X-Men they could go for without twisting Now that doesn't mean anything because often they will ignore actually diverse characters and wokeify non-diverse ones just for the name recognition. But number one, I don't even know if a atypical roster of X-Men would be a bad idea at this point because we've gotten 2.5 renditions of the like main team already, and like I wouldn't mind not seeing Wolverine again for a while at least. Same thing. Same
No, I
thing with.
don't agree with Wolverine. I would like to see an actual first class, done right.
I mean, yeah, and I would like to see them actually do Dark Phoenix well, but you know
um, yeah, because like
that'll probably be the third movie in the trilogy if they do try to do it again.
if I remember correctly, Wolverine wasn't yeah, he wasn't part of the initial lineup, obviously.
No, he wasn't. He came in later.
Yeah, like giant size X-Men, right?
Yeah, he was just a fan favorite, so they basically made him a point of view character in the original X-Men movie.
Which I think
Which wasn't a bad choice, although they probably could have done the same thing with Rogue, and they kind of also did the same thing with Rogue.
yeah,
Like,
again,
both Rogue and Wolverine were the POV characters in the original X-Men.
right. I just don't think it's Cyclops, right?
I just hope they actually get the tone and aesthetic right, and the actual content of the unit. Like, I want an X-Men franchise that leans into the wackier, weirder cosmic parts of the X-Men, please. Finally. I'm sick of well, let's turn the X-Men into a generic sci-fi action movie instead of making a comic movie. I want the comic booky shit, please.
All right. Okay. Actually, hold on. Well, I think he's mentioning the first class of X-Men just now, which is Angel, Beast, Cyclops, Marvel Girl, Straight, Iceman. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, and Marvel Girl is Jean. So yeah.
Also, Straight Iceman. Honestly, logically, it just makes sense to make him bi.
It always just made sense to make it, and that's my main issue as a. I don't want to say as a gay man, but it is my credentials here. As a gay man, it annoyed me when they sexuality swapped when they sexuality swapped Bobby Drake because number one, that's not how fucking sexuality works. If you like one gender and then you find you like the other gender as well, you are bisexual.
Right.
Or pansexual if you also like other genders in between or whatever. That's fine. But one of those would have been preferable to, well, he's been straight for 50 years, but what if he was actually gay? And the other thing is, and this is actually more important to me, just because he's gay doesn't mean his personality has to change to accommodate the gay hive mind, you twits, i.e., he doesn't need to literally be a ironically flaming homosexual.
Yeah, at the very least, I want the characters' personalities to be the same.
Yeah, because even if they do decide they prefer the other gender more or what have you, they still act, number one, like people in general, because that's the other thing. They don't really act like people. They act like avatars of the gay hive mind.
Right.
And number two, their personalities don't change because of their sexuality. Their sexuality is an aspect of their personhood and therefore informs their personality already.
Anyway, we gotta move on. All right, which finally brings us up to the subject of today. One of the first rumored changes to the franchise surrounds the creator of the X-Men, Professor Charles Xavier. Traditionally, Professor X is an unfathomably rich teacher, archaeologist, philanthropist, geneticist, and engineer. He's also traditionally a white man.
I mean, his race was never really that important.
I mean, if you want to technically say mutant is a race, Possibly.
I mean, yeah, the most important part of any X-Men, diversity or no freaking diversity, is their mutant X gene. But that's neither here nor there. Also, I hate to point this out as a practical issue of why they might change Professor X slightly, but we've gotten two goddamn Professor X's in as many iterations of the franchise in like the last 20 years. So changing him up to make him unique and different compared to the other two versions, not an entirely stupid idea. And again, given that Giancarlo Esposito can very easily play a Professor Xavier-like character, because again, you take Stan Edgar, you cripple him, you make him more morally upstanding, and you give him telepathy, and you're already in the general vicinity of Professor X. And in fact, based on the rules of the boys, if Stan ever did take Compound V, he probably would be a telepath. Because it like amplifies whatever your like underlying qualities already are. So
Anyway, I don't really have anything else to say. I mean, it is stupid, honestly, what was said the last thing.
yeah, but it's just like number one, as a practical movie making, reboot making thing, you do have to do something to make this Professor Xavier distinct from the other two that have existed in the last 20 years. Number two, the actor can play the character standing on his head, probably. And number three, it's a quality casting, so who the fuck cares?
No, I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah. Next.
For the better part of 2 years, there have been rumors that one or both Professor X and his rival friend Magneto would most likely seek changes to their character. As we spoke of earlier, it was inevitable. The only question was who. Well, we may have an answer. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, there are some valid talks because obviously, with Magneto, it's very important because
he was a Holocaust survivor in the comic, and unless you're willing to cast someone very, very old, that's a bit difficult to do now.
Yeah, it's a bit hard.
Unless maybe part of his mutation also gives him like reduced aging, then maybe.
That's completely fair. Or, I mean, to be fair, there was a concept I had that involves a genocide that is more, I believe, is more relatively recent. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
The Rwanda genocide. If we got like Giancarlo Esposito as Magneto, because
and even though this is not accurate, and even though it's not what the writers originally intended, there is a long-standing comparison of Xavier and Magneto to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. So if you wanted to cast them as both being black actors, it would be a bit forced and it would be a bit silly, but it would be an entirely stupid way to go about it.
But I do agree with a lot of people who say it's like, honestly, you really should keep the origin of Magneto being a Holocaust survivor, because that's very like.
Yeah, the best way to go about it would be if he had a smaller secondary mutation, and very often the mutants will have like smaller secondary mutations and stuff, or like their mutation itself will cross over in weird ways. But if you gave him like reduced aging as a function of being a mutant, such that he could have still been a Holocaust survivor, that would have been one thing. Or
Wolverine has it, so
yeah, but that's a extension of his healing factor. And I guess if you want to throw this out there that like magnetic fields are one of the things that causes aging. So he controls magnetic fields, so he doesn't age quite as much. That
Okay,
makes sense.
I'm sorry. We really gotta keep fucking going.
Yeah, but I wanted to give my alternative backstory for Magneto because I have one too. Um, if you make him a survivor of the Russian, if you make him a survivor of the Russian gulags rather than the Holocaust in the Cold War instead of the Second World War, that could also work.
Hmm. That's yeah. Um. Yeah. Okay. I don't really have anything else to say. So.
Next.
As we spoke of earlier, it was inevitable. The only question was who. Well, we may have have an answer. As reported by fortressofsolitude.co.za, Hollywood is whispering about the veteran actor Giancarlo Esposito, The Mandalorian, Revolution, Breaking Bad, taking up the role of the good professor. Okay?
This is a good choice, as
Okay.
we've outlined several times.
I'm just thinking like the guy. Okay, if he was made Professor X in the 2000s, before instead of Sir Patrick Stewart, would we really have an issue?
Yeah, no, but also he would have been too young in
Actually, he's not.
2000.
No, I don't.
He's only in his 60s, so he'd be in like his 40s.
Okay.
And that's too young for Professor X. Professor X and Magneto are both supposed to be older gentlemen because mentor figure.
40 still on.
Actually, how old is Giancarlo Esposito? I don't.
Looking it up right now. Just
The first
64.
yeah. So
He's from Denmark?
yeah.
What the?
Yep.
I'm learning new things every day. What the fuck?
That is how you know you are still a thinking human being. If you learn something new each and every day, then you are still probably a thinking human being. But yes. So it's 2022 now, and the first X-Men came out or started production in 1998, and and was released in 2000. So um so if we take 25 years, let's just round it and be nice. If we take 25 years off of Giancarlo Esposito, then that's yeah, so 65 minus 25 would be 40.
Well, no, he's 64, so 39.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely too young to play definitely too young to play Charles.
Okay, fair enough. Um,
Especially opposite Ian McKellen.
but my point is that I don't think we would have cared 25 years ago.
No. Because back in the day we understood that the demographics of the person don't matter and that there isn't some kind of ideological hive mind. Now granted, a large part of that idea has been ruined by people in academia insisting that there must be said demographic hive mind, but just because some ideological moralists seem to insist on a thing doesn't mean it is true.
Okay.
Any more than the 90s and 2000s Family Values Brigade swearing up and down that if you let gay people get married, it'll ruin family values. Is true.
Sorry, it's just Chrononaut. Okay, so Chrononaut said there is a secondary mutation that Magneto did not age the same, and I believe in the comics.
Okay, so that is confirmed then.
I think that
I
was
didn't
explained it because they kept, bringing
yeah.
Magneto back and stuff.
I didn't even know that that was actually a thing. I was just going off of the in-universe logic of the thing, but Jinx, ye old X-Men writers. I guess we think alike. Yay.
Um. Anyway, moving on.
Yep. Next.
Let's be honest about this. The site doesn't appear to have any real source to speak of, so take this with a huge grain of salt. Fair enough. Again, I was taking that.
Yeah, but again, sometimes the studios themselves will leak rumors to gauge the fan reaction.
But as it's said, as the article goes on, but seeing as Esposito is already on the Disney payroll, it does help his case. Mouse likes to keep it all in the family.
I mean, this is also true.
Yeah.
Because Mandalorian, presumably, is what they're talking about.
Okay. When it comes to moving on, or
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to possibly problematic changes, I don't know if this is technically problematic. This should be the least of our concerns. Other than observing tradition, other than observing tradition and canon, I think that's supposed to be preserving, but
no, either way works. It's more metaphorical to say observing.
Okay, hold on. There's nothing in Xavier's past that says he cannot be a different ethnicity. Thank you. Magneto, however, is another issue. Okay, but Giancarlo, that's not relevant to this, though.
No, but they're assuming that they're gonna try to race swap them both to make a
other things in pop culture recently have done that. I say that as a fair assessment, granted.
Well, it's also the long-standing fandom misconception that they were based on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. So
yes, again, complete, yeah. So I don't know. I think I'm starting to get where you were coming from when you talk about like covering this article.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're undermining their own argument of, again, I am of the opinion that you can have any ideological preconceptions you want as long as it doesn't interfere with the product. And in this case, it doesn't interfere with products. So why do we care?
Right. Anyway, his character and motivations are deep. Okay, so they're talking about Magneto. His character and motivations are deeply attached to specific events in human history. How they plan to clear that hurdle is what interests me. The Holocaust and World War II are far too in the past to rationally be used as motivation for a character in the current year, unless someone's powers are unceremoniously altered. Okay, but literally, Magneto is said to have a mutation.
Yeah, in the comics, he has reduced aging, but that's neither here nor there. And we just talked about this ourselves. But the thing is, unfortunately for humanity at large, but fortunately for the purposes of this retcon, there are plenty of genocides to pick from here. It doesn't
like that is actually really sad to think about.
I mean, just as I was about to say it, I was like, "Am I? It's true and applicable as an argument, but I really wish the last genocide, like." I find myself really wishing that it actually was the case that the last relevant genocide was the Holocaust. That would be a very optimistic thing to think about humanity at large. If that were the case, if we literally had gone almost an entire century without any genocides, I would be a much more optimistic person, I think. But no, as it happens, there's a genocide somewhere in the world about every 10 years, which again, sad. like cripplingly, depressingly sad. But nevertheless, it is also the case. So essentially, just pick one. My preference would be a survivor of the Russian gulags. Brainstormer's preference would be
I
the
mean,
one to genocide
okay,
if
to
you're
be fair,
doing the race swap.
to be fair, that was really the only one in current time that would make sense timeline wise if we were to go modern day X-Men. That came to mind because honestly, I don't look up genocides.
I can understand, but yeah, I either the Rwandan genocide or the Russian gulags would
I mean,
probably be a serviceable
the
choice.
Russian kind of sound more interesting than as fucked up as that sounds. I realize. As I said,
I mean that's sort of why I picked it, and also much in the same way as there's always kind of a dark irony with Magneto doing what he does, being a Holocaust survivor. Um, there would be a similar level of irony if he did what he does after surviving the gulags.
right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't really have anything else to say. So
Yeah, but long story short, while I agree that him being a Holocaust survivor is an extremely meaningful part of his character, you can do a similar dynamic with almost every other genocide in the entire 20th century, and there's a lot of them.
either that,
Really wish there were only that one to pick from, but you know,
either that,
chips fall where they may.
either that, or have a already established X-Men that's been around since the '60s and stuff.
That could also be a thing, especially if you want to do the Fantastic Four as a period piece as well. Like make them in a particular section of the multiverse, and then when Kang shenanigans happen, and the multiverse gets all consolidated down into one universe, like it's likely to do so, just bring them over.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
With the events of the Avengers Endgame, the MCU is now operating somewhere around the year 2023. I think 2025 by now, actually.
Wait. Okay. So it was 5 years. So 2018. Yeah.
From 20. I thought it was 2017.
No, it was 2018. Everything before the time skip happened fairly concurrently. But I can't speak today.
Okay, so 2018, then plus 5. That would be 23. But
Ironically, the pandemic kind of bridged the gap for the MCU. Now we're almost running concordantly again.
right. Anyway. Yeah, because No Way Home takes place a year after Endgame.
Right, but yeah, because there's 18 months between the events of WandaVision and the events of No Way Home and Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, fuck's it. Math. I fucking hate math.
So it'd be somewhere around like mid 2024 actually at this point.
I don't know. Whatever.
Because it was 2023 per the time skip, and then 18 months after that would be a year and a half.
Anyway, that puts it in the end of World War II, 78 years apart. While that point in history will be remembered by the world forever, the people that it personally actually affected number in mere handfuls today. Okay?
I mean, that's probably also a good thing, because at least it stopped affecting people at a certain juncture. I mean, it could have been something that lasted a century, and if Hitler had won the war, it probably would have, but,
Okay, thank you for that, Don. There's also nothing that promises both men won't see a change like this. I hope that those in charge respect the spirit of the characters and develop them with respect and reverence that each deserves. However, at least do better than current day Marvel comics. No pressure.
I mean, is there anything saying they don't respect the characters as a result of this? Because getting Giancarlo Esposito to play said character is not a bad choice, unless they completely shit the bed with Magneto's choice, which they could, but I doubt they will. And again, I'm operating on the assumption that this rumor is all but confirmed, and that they will reveal Giancarlo Esposito being cast, because Giancarlo Esposito has already, the reason why this was a rumor is because they spotted him meeting with Marvel to discuss playing a role, and then someone asked which role he would prefer to play, and he said Professor X, which, if that is the case, then I'm assuming they also would have asked him at the meeting, and he went Professor X, which good for you, Giancarlo, for having the geek cred to have a preference, if that be the case. And again, I think he'd do a good job as the character. So he wants to play the character. He'd be good at playing the character. Marvel would be happy to have him play the character. I don't see this as anything other than a win-win scenario for everyone involved.
Right. New character. It's not Magneto. I think you were saying to like our suggestions if they were to retcon.
No, it still would be Magneto, because the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a different timeline, and B, they've already modified the timeline in other ways. So, plus, one way or the other, we're gonna have to have some reason why mutants exist.
Right. So
either it's gonna have to be they're a part of the multiverse and then they get scooched into the main line when all is said and done, or there's gonna have to be some kind of cataclysmic thing that turns all the X genes on.
Right. So I said this before, but Giancarlo Esposito, to me, I've always kind of pictured him, and like if I were to do fan casting, which I don't do often, in terms of in terms of fan casting, I always cast on more as a DC kind of guy than Marvel.
Who would you cast him as then?
I think we actually discussed this before. I was actually really won over by a pitch I had seen for the Batman 2 that someone did. A YouTuber named Nandovi Movies, who's actually done a full fan casting of the X-Men and stuff. Like, he's a big fan of that. He does comic book stuff, mainly like rewrite pitches and stuff for comic book movies. Or like, it's a full series. Like, I would recommend checking it out just because they're really interesting picks. And he goes in depth. Like, he even talks about like previous versions and discusses what's good, what's bad, and stuff. Again, it's just really good. I was swayed by his pitch for the Batman 2, where he pitched Giancarlo Esposito to play Hugo Strange.
I think that would be a waste
Well,
of his talents.
It's not only my first pick for the actor, obviously.
Thinking in terms of DC, I just had a thought. Giancarlo Esposito as John Jones, the Martian Manhunter.
That actually that would be really interesting. And again, he's mentioned this before. Like, a fact I know for like when he played Gustavo Fring, in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, is that he took yoga and stuff. I don't know if he's still taking it or not, but
I mean, he looks pretty freaking good for 64, so he probably is.
Yeah. Well, he took that classes so he could learn to be better control and breathing and stuff. And the kind of when he would be on, because Gus Fring was actually never supposed to be like a major character until Giancarlo Esposito was playing him. Like he was supposed to be a side character, but Giancarlo was actually really sick of just getting side jobs.
So he wanted to do so well they couldn't ignore him. That's
yeah,
great.
yeah. So like so whenever you notice is that Gustavo Fring is always like very in control, very like stoic, very almost robotic in his nature.
And I mean that also carries through with Stan Edgar as well. I mean
Yeah.
the famous scene from season 3. Your life is crashing down around you, but your heart rate suggests you might as well be reading a John Grisham novel.
Yeah. And
God, I love Stan Edgar.
and that's kind of why, like,
my favorite character in that show.
Those two things with like everything I know about Hugo Strange as a character is why I thought that. And again, the pitch was very good. Of him as Hugo Strange, but him as I think it would be very different just because, like, you know me, I'm always kind of going against type, and he in the last decade he's been kind of known to play villainous roles, although he's played other roles that are not villainous or anything.
But my problem with going against type is the same as my problem with subverting expectations. Sometimes expectations are there because they make sense, and sometimes actors fall into a certain type because they're either A, good at it, or B, enjoy it, or both.
My thing, it was what I was going to say, is for one thing, I don't really think he has a type per se because he's a very versatile actor. And him playing John Jones, it's different from other roles like Gustavo Fring and Stan Edgar, is because, to me, the versions I've seen, even though like he is stoic, he's actually he's honestly one of the more emotional characters of like Justice League.
I mean, in a sense, ish.
I don't think you read subtlety.
I wouldn't. Emotional is not the word I would use to describe John Jones. Like.
Well, okay, I don't.
Thoughtful, maybe, but emotional, no.
I didn't say he had to express the emotion. Like emotional empathy at the very least.
Well, I mean, telepath. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I remember people like I don't know how many years ago it was, but I remember people pitching him to play Doctor Doom in the MCU.
He would also be a good choice for Doom, but that one I would have a harder time seeing because Doom's Eastern Europeanness is very crucial to the character.
The dude's from Denmark.
Okay, yes, that's fair, and I'm sure he could. But okay, this is maybe a little bit weird on my part, but there aren't that many people of African descent over there. Not saying they're never there.
He's wearing a mask the whole time, right? And more like his voice. Like honestly, they could just have his voice and have another actor do the acting.
Yeah, I mean that's true too. I mean, I'm gonna side with a lot of people on this one and say it's a damn shame they wasted Mads Mikkelsen on Caecilius because Mads Mikkelsen would have been perfect for Doom.
I mean, again, he could be brought back because
yeah, it's not like they've never reused characters, but so or actors, but yeah, I don't know who I would. Maybe Bill Skarsgård. Bill Skarsgård would probably be a good choice for Doom.
I remember someone pitching. Actually, I think it was Nandor V Movies, because he also did a Fantastic Four series where he also pitched a fan cast and stuff. Where the guy who played Jaime Lannister in Game of Thrones.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of the name.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now just because it's going to bug me.
Oh shit! Lost my hat.
Okay. God, I am going to fuck this up. Nikolai Coster-Waldau.
Um, who? What do I know him from other than Game of Thrones?
Well, not movies you would have seen. I've seen one of his other movies, which is Shot Caller. It's a 2017 one. I believe he also played Osiris in Gods of Egypt, that 2016 one.
That movie did no one any favors. I'm not going to judge him for that.
Right.
You know what?
He's a great actor, and he is also, if I remember correctly, he is also, yeah, he's from Denmark as well, so he's Eastern European.
You know what? They could do Christoph Waltz.
Oh yeah, dude, he's German, but you know that's actually that's not really that. I mean,
Yeah, it's in the region. So
I don't know. Like his voice is a bit, because for me, I've always pictured Doom having that voice of a booming nature, kind of deep.
I mean maybe, but what you lose in deepness, you gain in it being Christoph flicking Waltz doing the acting. So
Again, he's not a bad actor. I don't know if he would also have the physicality. Is the thing.
I don't know. I mean, if you know him from Tarantino, he's not opposed to being a physical actor. So
No, I agree. It's just the thing with Doom again, which is why I do agree people casting Giancarlo Esposito as Doom is that sense of control. Granted, I don't know how tall. We are getting sidetracked as fuck.
yeah, but Google.
I think it was 5'8". Giancarlo Esposito was.
I mean, but you can have a shorter actor who has a more imposing presence.
Yeah, he's
And
5'8".
yeah, but I mean, it just occurred to me. Actually come to think of it, I wouldn't. This is you wouldn't know who this character is, but if they ever did a Dresden Files TV show,
Oh, he's
Christoph
from
Waltz.
Austria. He's not from Germany. He's Austrian.
Yeah.
Christoph Waltz. I know.
Yeah, but I would like to see Christoph Waltz play Donar Vaterung in a Dresden Files show.
No. Anyway, we should end off with something because I know Dawn's been wanting to talk about this one.
Uh-huh.
I think I sent this to you, right?
Which one?
The trailer or teaser.
I think you did.
Yeah. So this is the Wednesday Addams. What the fuck?
Your computer being stupid again?
I don't know why. But yeah, this is the Wednesday Addams official teaser. I know it's simply a trailer for Netflix.
Yeah. And just so you're aware of how happy I am about this, I am more excited about Netflix having a crack at Wednesday and the other members of the Addams family than I was about them adapting the Sandman. What universe are we living in that I'm more excited for Wednesday Addams than I am for the Sandman? But we are in said universe.
And anyone who's going to ask, that review will be coming. I just need to get Netflix myself, which is taking a bit of time due to certain financial issues.
Well, it's actually a good thing that we waited because they released they released episode 11 late for some reason. So that's good.
So, but fucking else today. I'm gonna say something. But yeah, that is taking some time. If I can't within a time that would be suitable, more than likely I will just binge a bunch of clips on YouTube of the show to get some understanding. Or if I can't do that, or if I don't have time to do that, I'll just let Dalton rant for a bit on here.
And rants there will be. Rants in abundance.
Anyway.
And yes, that was a reference to a line from the actual comic.
Anyway, shall we? I feel like there should be something appropriate, but I can't think of anything.
If I could snap my fingers consistently enough, we could just do that to reference the Adam Sandler clicking. Yeah, I guess that'll do.
Honestly, that just sounds like a lot of work. Also, I don't know if it's gonna like really register on my mic either. Well, how about this? I go the Addams Family.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. All right. Shall we? The Addams Family.
Miss Addams, you certainly had a very interesting educational journey. 8 schools in 5 years.
Okay, this is gonna sound bad, but I don't mean it to. But for some reason, I'm getting somewhat of a sense of a CW show. And I'm not saying that as a detraction. It's just the music kind of
Yeah, the trailer music might not be helping.
No. Again, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I realize obviously now it's a thing, but it's a teen mystery show thing.
Well, it's also a Tim Burton production, so
yeah. So like the music is eerie. Although I will say this, it looks a lot nicer than a CW show, like color wise.
Yeah, no, it looks really good, and it looks like they're actually using color. That's why a second ago when you said it looked like a CW show, I was like, "What in all the asses are you saying, man?"
Okay, hold on, I'm not changing the quality here.
So
I don't know why it was at 340 or 360. I don't know. But it's interesting, at the least. Like it already kind of piques your interest with how everything looks, and
I mean, it's the Addams, so
yeah. Also, hello, Witch. New.
We now have three on this channel.
You're technically a warlock. I call this.
Well, yes, but I mean, the terminology is roughly interchangeable. And then there's Chrono, who is a chaos magician. So
wait, really?
Three practitioners.
Wait, I'm sorry. Chrono is a chaos magician?
Yes.
Why am I just not finding out about this? What the fuck?
I told you before.
No, you haven't. I would remember something like that. You've never said that. No, you've never told me that.
Chrono is a chaos magician, yes.
God, I'm like Jon Snow. I know nothing.
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
Wait, didn't I tell you about the time Chrono sicked Bacchus on a bunch of demons in the military once?
No. What the?
Okay, so while he was in the military, he did a stint as an assistant to the military chaplain. So whenever like religious things were needed, he was one of the people they were called. Um, and this one time there was an infestation of demons in this one place because somebody had dug up an artifact of some description. And Chrono's solution to said demons was get a bunch of beers, put them in the room with the demons in it, and then summon Bacchus. And whereupon, because they didn't want to piss off Bacchus, the demons were obliged to party with Bacchus and drink instead of causing havoc.
Uh, okay. I have no words just because that is one that's actually metal as fuck. I'm not that's really fucking cool.
Yeah, if you've ever dealt with Chrono and Grimm together, especially, you'll hear a lot of weird ways we used magic in the military stories because they apparently were just trolling with magic constantly.
All right. Okay. Moving on. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
The Addams Family.
Hey, freak! This is a close practice.
The only person who gets to torture my brother is me.
I mean, that's very, very Wednesday. This is the part of the trailer where I was like, "Yep, this will do. This is Wednesday. I'm good."
Okay, so which does practice witchcraft, but it's sort of white magic. I think that is a blanket term. I don't like to use it, but it's still white magic. Okay, so we actually have diversity in magic use. Okay.
fuck? Okay.
Okay,
So-
sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know, somehow you muted.
I didn't. StreamYard must have fucked up.
Yeah, I had to leave because everything was starting to slow down for me. So
Okay, well, yeah, yeah. We will get back on track post haste.
yeah, like
But-
I think it's just because we've been doing this for like 3 goddamn hours.
Yeah.
But what you
Later.
saying to the thing I said about like witch and white magic stuff?
What did you say?
Well, it's the comment they said. I do practice witchcraft, but it's sort of white magic. But even that is a blanket term, and I don't like to use it. But still, it's a white magic.
Yeah, what I had said was, I mean, you're welcome here, dear, is what I said. Like I was saying earlier, we now have almost all sort of vectors of magic represented. We have an old school high ritual magician in the form of myself. We have a chaos magician in the form of Chrononaut, and we have a sort of new agey white lighter in the form of witch, apparently.
Well, it could also because there's a joke here. We don't speak of certain chaos magics, says Chrono, apparently. And the power of 3 can't handle this much power in the live stream. Also, could be because my computer's really old.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, but I was apparently muted. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but Brainstormer's computer is a potato because it was originally manufactured in 2009 and is now 2022.
I guess technically 8.
Okay. So,
They'd be manufactured in 2008 and then distributed in 2009, right?
yeah. But point being, Brainstormer's computer is just over a decade old, and therefore is a potato.
Oh,
So-
Giant Turtle asks, how does Grim fit into all that all magic's represented thing?
I mean, Grim is closer to me in terms of his practice, I think. He actually goes to more obscure places than even I do. So because apparently he has a family legacy of magic, so his uncle had a library full of magic books that he passed down to him. Kind of jealous of that, not gonna lie.
That's very cool. I guess I told Dawn about this, although I'm not entirely sure how true it is. My great grandmother on my mother's side was again. I'm going off of stories from like my grandmother. She never really went in depth per se, so I don't take this as credible. Apparently, my great grandmother was a witch of some kind.
I'd be interested to see. I'd be interested to see what kind particularly, because
From what my grandmother described her as, well, one thing, she was a kind of evil bitch. And I believe she said one time she had used a pentagram to try and summon demons. So
I mean that could literally mean anything though, because I mean just because you use a pentagram, that doesn't necessarily mean anything demonic. And even if you do summon demons, in a lot of cases in grimoire magic, demons are supposed to be constrained.
yeah, I'm not sure how credible I can take that because there's no real proof, obviously.
Yeah, your grandmother might also be misconstruing things secondhand, but
Again,
regardless, you had some person in your family who had some esoteric proclivities of some description.
possibly. Again, I'm not To be fair, I also don't have the patience nor the aptitude to really study magic, so
I mean, I've offered to give him books on the subject several times.
I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't read them.
Uh-huh.
Just full honesty there. I'm sorry.
But I mean, this is why it's good that he has a magical practitioner on speed dial. Yo.
Anyway, that the Wednesday Addams trailer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, I do want to point this out. I don't know if it's just me, but I like how it is typically her caring about her brother being bullied, even though like it is in a more morose kind of fashion.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's always been the Addams thing, is for all their weird proclivities, nobody fucks with family.
Actually, that does seem like a pretty relevant thing that I've noticed, even like in the original movies.
Yeah, in the 90s movies in particular, this was a running thing. Like you can stab me, you can shoot me, you can poison me, you can throw a toaster in the water as I'm bathing, and I'll probably just get off on it. But you fuck with my family, and all bets are off. Like that was the main difference between the Addams and Debbie in Addams Family Values. They actually loved and respected Debbie for her murderous, eccentric ways. The issue they had with her had nothing to do with her murderous, eccentric ways. In fact, they encouraged her murderous, eccentric ways and related to her murderous, eccentric ways. Where the Addams drew the line was, number one, that Debbie actually kind of resented herself, which the Addams family is always and has always been about accepting your weird, atypical, eccentric ways rather than shaming them or hating them. And number two, despite Debbie very much fitting in with the Addams family's eccentric ways, the fact that the Addams family accepted their eccentricity so much annoyed Debbie, and so she hated Fester even as she married Fester for his money, and also took him away from the family. And that was where the Addams drew the line. In fact, there's even a great line from Morticia that said something to the effect of, "You murder for your own reasons. You have left a trail of dead bodies in your wake. You have placed Fester under a strange sexual spell. I respect that, but couldn't you at least let him come home?"
Witch says I'm a dream witch. Although I did not read the extra things that they'd said. My grandmom would use astrological charts, but that doesn't exactly make her a witch. She also had a crystal ball in her house. I lived with my grandma. And she had tarot cards that she would read again. None of these things make her a witch, just saying. Yeah. That thing. I assume dream magic is a thing, right?
Oh yes, dream magic is very definitely a thing.
Anyway, okay. Just because we're almost we got 20 minutes before 4 hours.
Yeah, and we are on our last thing, because the last thing is always the most optimistic thing.
Yeah.
On these shows.
Anyway, shall we?
Yes.
The Addams Family.
I did the world a favor. People like Dalton shouldn't be allowed to procreate.
Okay, did I hear that right?
Sorry, it's just
did I hear that right? That bully's name?
Let me move it back then, because I think I heard the same. I just let me. Yeah, Dalton. Holy shit.
Well, Miss Adams, I have to say, given that you were one of the few female characters that I had a crush on growing up, I'm a little bit
I think to
wounded
be fair,
by this state of affairs.
uh,
Love you too, Wednesday.
so to be fair, that Dalton was
Yeah,
actually,
no.
he's actually like the version, like the guy, the type of guy you want. Actually, so
Well, I mean, yes, and also obviously very stereotypical bully character, but still, like, again, given that I had a crush on particularly Christina Ricci's version of Wednesday, when I was a kid, it that that cuts deep, Wednesday. Um, although to be fair, you don't really have to worry about me because I'm I may be bisexual, but I very, very strongly prefer men to the point where I usually just refer to myself as being gay. Because the women that I like tend to be rare, even more rare than the men I like. Which either way, regardless of the gender of the person who I'm drawing up a romantic standard for, I have high standards.
right. As Dragon Turtle also, Witches says they're going to love this YouTube channel.
Oh, please, please stay on. Obviously, you are more than welcome. We're always hoping to expand the ye old audience. So you know, good to have you, Witch.
So Dragon Turtle also says, so you had a crush on her, but only once a week. But
No, like in terms of female characters, I prefer smart, eccentric, witchy type characters. Like the characters that I had a crush on when I was growing up that were female characters were like Raven from Teen Titans,
I mean,
Hermione Granger.
every guy had a crush on her.
I mean, some people preferred Starfire apparently.
Okay, no offense to no offense to
Terra.
no offense to Starfire. I'll stir her and go fuck herself. She broke Beast Boy's heart.
Well, yeah.
No offense to Starfire.
Terra is Terra, and Terra can screw herself, but that's neither here nor there.
No
But my characters that I had crushes on were like Raven from Teen Titans, Daria from Daria, Wednesday Adams, Willow from Buffy, Hermione Granger from Harry Potter, etc. So those are my standards when it comes to female characters.
Yes, thank you, Witch. Thank you.
What did you say?
Raven was so hot. So was Azula. I'm sorry, that's an unpopular opinion. No, that isn't a popular opinion.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Thank you.
Okay.
We asked for liking Azula.
We have to give Witch the backstory for this because she's gonna Witch. Every Thursday, Brainstormer and I hang out on Discord, and it's been a running gag with us that Brainstormer has a incorruptible moral compass to the point that I often compare him with characters like Captain America and Superman because he's just that much of a fucking cinnamon roll. But the problem is, because he is that much of a purer than driven snow cinnamon roll, he tries to save characters that don't generally deserve it. And when we actually on on or around Valentine's Day. Like for the entire month of February, we do Valentine's Day centric stories. And one of the segments we do around Valentine's Day is we make lists of our top 10 most favorite fictional characters from various different franchises. And the thing with Brainstormer and Azula is he is constantly obsessed with saving her. He wants to save her. He wants to coddle her. He wants to let his guard down around her and try to make her all sweet and nice again. And I have always said that Azula would fucking lightning him in the chest and kill him, and that I would have to pop her head with bloodbending. Because in the context of Avatar, I've always favored waterbenders. So yeah, we have a running gag on this show, where Brainstormer tries to defend Azula's honor, and my response to Azula is that someone needs to do to her what she did to Longfang in season 2. She needs to have someone else out Machiavellian manipulate her and say, to make her say she's been beaten at her own game, and to have someone respond with, you were never even a player. And that's my response to Azula. My response to Azula is, I want to do to her what she did to Longfang. Brainstormer's response is he wants to save her with hugs. And I'm not opposed to saving villainous characters with hugs. For example, Zuko is the member of the Fire Lord family who I want to save with hugs. But Azula is a fucking crazy bitch, and I operate by the golden rule of men, which is don't stick it in crazy.
Okay, I, for one thing, never said I was going to stick it in there. 2, it's not even like about the hotness, mind you. And yes, okay, like, I don't know, man. It's just I respect her. I like the power she has. Okay, I like powerful women. I'm not ashamed to say it.
Yes, this is a standing thing with his.
It's not even like a sexual thing. Like, yeah, I do think I want to help her. Okay, I think she's just as broken as Zuko. His is just more prevalent. Hers is more subtle.
Well, but the thing is, he's also more deserving of being saved than she is. I fully respect that both of Ozai's children were fucked up beyond all reason by Ozai, but there's only so much my sense of empathy and mercy lingers, and not to mention that, but as Zuko has often stated, she was Daddy's favorite. She was the one who was born lucky. He was the one who was lucky to be born, and therefore more of my sympathy goes to Zuko because she had everything handed to her on a silver platter, including talent. So she is accountable with how she chooses to use it. Zuko, on the other hand, has been kicked in the balls by life since the day he was fucking born. So he gets hugs.
Right. Yeah, and also, sorry I had to speak real quick. I could not hear what Dawn was saying, and I had to just dip out and dip back in again.
Yeah, it gave me an opportunity to explain the running meme of your I need to save Azula and my I need to Machiavellian humiliate Azula.
Thank you, Jerry Carroll. Thank you. Sort of like Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. I like women who kick my ass. Insists on can, not necessarily well. Thank you. Everyone always turns that into a weird sexual thing. It really isn't that.
No, it's not sexual. I just always recommend that you join a gym or a dojo or something and find a woman who you can spar with because okay, again, may it please the internet courts, we do a segment every February where we do top 10 fictional characters we would bang lists, and every single version almost every single character on his list is a super powerful character who can fight like a badass. To the point that I've recommended him Dresden Files on several occasions because he will fucking fall in love with Karen Murphy. And I will put money on that. I swear to fucking God, if he makes it all the way through Dresden Files without developing a crush on Karen Murphy, I will eat one of my fucking hats.
Right. The thing is, those two are not mutually exclusive goals, both of your Azula things.
I know it's just a difference in our approaches. Because as I've often stated, I am not a good person. I am a petty, vindictive little shit who would raise the Night Court like Dracula on a whim if I didn't have friends who actually possess moral compasses, like Brainstormer.
Okay.
And Brainstormer is, as I've stated, a Captain America-esque cinnamon roll.
Okay. I don't know if. Okay, so Giant Turtle says Brainstormer is going to get a yandere at some point, isn't he?
This is what I'm worried about. I'm worried that he's gonna wind up with an Azula type, and then I'm gonna.
One thing, you're acting like I'm going to think with my dick, like most guys. No offense to anyone in the chat.
I mean no, but the thing is, it's not a matter of thinking with your dick. It's a matter of being too pure for this world, and I worry that you'd give a woman like, say, an Amber Heard type too much credit at first when they're in the love bombing phase, and then end up in an abusive relationship. At which point, I will have to kill a bitch with a curse, because that's just how that's gonna work. Because anyone who knows me knows I may be a terrible, terrible person, but you fuck with my friends and you will die bleeding.
But dude, you are acting like I'm like I literally wrote that as a rule for myself. For like the list of
I know. In the same way your black sheep of an uncle there, the asshole one, not Martin, but the asshole one, makes me want to curse him regularly. If you wind up in a relationship and that bitch hurts you, she's dying bleeding. She will die in a pool of her own blood. This is how this will work, because nobody fucks with my friends. God damn it! I may be a terrible, terrible person, but I stand by my friends.
Okay, that's incredibly fair, Dragon Joe. You said even if you don't think with your dick, you might be thinking with your heart.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think he often gives people too much credit, and it ends up screwing him.
Okay,
I mean, I shouldn't talk because in some ways it benefited me as well, but it's still not a good thing.
Right. Anyway, we gotta.
Yeah.
It's almost 12.
Back to the trailer. We completely got sidetracked.
Yeah. Also, I like how it spells Adams. Like the license plate.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's funny.
Also,
and it's also very like on point for the Addams Family style.
Wait a minute. Apparently, they're in New Jersey.
I don't think we ever get a straight up confirmation of where the Addams live. I always assumed it was somewhere in New England, because
well, to be fair, I assume
their style of house and just generally their like quasi aristocratic mannerisms suggest New England to me.
Well, honestly, like, I assumed Midwest in some form of fashion.
I assumed New England because judging by Gomez and Morticia's, again, their aristocratic bearing and their living style, you know they must be within like driving distance of Salem, Massachusetts. Like that's probably where they go for date night.
Right. Which it's hard being a transgender witch, not trying to change the conversation or anything. Yeah, we do not care if you're transgender or not.
Yeah, you are welcome. You are welcome here, and you are welcome to stay as long as you like.
Yeah, as long as like you're
Um,
an asshole, really.
Yeah.
That's really the one requirement you have to be here. Don't be an asshole.
Well, or if you're going to be an asshole in an interesting and constructive way, like I am.
Yeah. Anyway. Ed Brewer. Also, hi. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, we were in the middle of like just a full.
Yeah, we were in the middle of the whole thing. Ed, sorry.
Sorry,
Hi.
I saw you came in. Sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry, I didn't address you. That's my bad.
Mhm.
Gomez sounds Latino. Adams does not.
Well, I mean, Adams has always been, Gomez has always been implied to be Latino.
I mean, like I never thought otherwise. The name itself really just gave that away.
I mean, he's called Gomez.
Yeah. To be fair, I kind of assume it's like one of those families that just has been everywhere. You know.
Yeah, I even, with regards to the first Addams Family movie, I even had a theory that kind of in the same way the Baudelaires are for the Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events, the family is less of an actual family and more of like a secret society.
So I would assume more family by bond than actual blood, right?
Yeah, which would explain why there are so many various eccentric, like sub-variants within the Addams family, such as Cousin It.
Yeah. Anyway, again, we got like a minute and 12 seconds left. So
Yeah, so
the Addams family.
Oh, you love Nevermore. It's a magical place. A magical
Finally, you'll be among peers who understand you. Maybe you'll even make some friends.
with the background music, I'm almost getting like teenage female Joker vibes. Teenage female Todd Phillips Joker vibes.
Almost like
And
what they tried to do with Cruella.
Yeah, kind of, but better. I think it fits better. Which isn't to say that was a bad movie, because it was a pretty decent movie as far as live action Disney things go. But that is perfect for Wednesday to do like a teenage female Joker vibe.
Okay. I did want to bring up the look of Morticia and Gomez Adams. Because I remember some people had some issue with like the actor who was playing Gomez.
Yeah, I don't get why. Because
well, it's related to a thing that I had sent Dalton. I was just browsing Twitter, and I saw someone say that it seems like they're going for less Raul Julia aesthetic and more like Hanna-Barbera look with
well, yeah, they're defaulting back to the original comics.
Right, and to be fair, the actor who's playing Gomez is actually like a good actor.
And for those that are complaining that Gomez doesn't deserve Morticia now that he's ugly, like that's always been the point of Gomez and Morticia. The fact that they're kind of mismatched bookends, but they're so deeply emphatically in love with each other that it doesn't fucking matter, and that they don't give half a shit about what's normal, except maybe in the inverse.
Edward says the others not so much, but Gomez does look like the comic strip.
Yeah, I like that they're defaulting back to the comics, because I mean, I love almost every version of the Addams Family, because again, maybe this is part of the reason why I made up the the Atoms are actually a secret society for just weird people to find camaraderie with. Because if that was how it worked, I would be in Atoms, basically. Um, I I am irrepressibly weird, and no, I will never ever apologize for my various types of weirdness. God damn it!
To be fair, I'm weird too. I never get a chance to actually like be weird.
Again, Brainstormer is a cinnamon roll. I'm the asshole. This is how our dynamic works.
Legitimately, when I went to prom by myself, just because I couldn't find a date and I didn't want to date any of the girls at my high school. A lot of bitches there, man. A lot of bitches.
Mm-hmm.
I literally wanted to go dressed up. Well, there were two ideas I had for what I wanted to be dressed as, but I just went standard black top, just all black, with a green tie, because that was one of my school's colors. One was basically dressed like, well, it was with black and red and white, like, and a fedora, because at that time I liked fedoras. Shut up.
I will refrain from judging you, but you will be mocked later.
Kind of, I wanted to go with more, like, the first idea was I go more of like a Michael Jackson look. And the other one was,
this is Thriller.
well, no, more PYT.
See, given your love of Halloween, I would have immediately thought Thriller for you, but
True. Well, it actually brings up to my second one, which is basically I wanted to like basically dress up like a voodoo doctor, like suit and stuff with like a hat, maybe a top hat or a voodoo doctor top hat, and paint like a skull on my face and stuff.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't pull the Scarecrow thing, because I know how much you love the Scarecrow thing.
Well, okay, to be fair, this was also not near October for prom, so.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as you're being weird, then I wouldn't imagine it would have stopped you. I didn't even go to my prom because I knew that if there was any good gossip or any good things worth noting, it would be posted on Facebook the next day, and people in my high school were vapid and shallow and shit. So, and I didn't like engaging in the gossip fucking mill. So
I was in the circle of like dancers a few times during that. I got to do like my rendition of the robot.
okay, I almost need footage of this.
Oh,
but,
there was none. There was none.
Aw.
Yeah, it's weird. I am almost. Okay, yeah, I do agree, Ed. That is very much prom is overrated. But I went to get out of my shell more because I'll be honest, I was very much a antisocial guy, and I wanted to get out of I wanted to be more sociable. I wanted to get out of my shell more. So I've gone a few dances in my life when I was in school. Never homecoming. I just never saw the point.
Yeah, I avoided going to any dances while I was in high school. And the main reason is because Ed is correct. It just seemed like so much.
Oh, and I would have had my fingerless gloves.
Fingerless gloves are good, but yeah, but it just seemed like so much irrelevant social paddlum. So I was just like, now Facebook exists. I can literally learn everything I need to learn about what happened at prom by scrolling through Facebook and listening to the gossip mill. So, oh well.
Honestly, if I did have a girlfriend at that time, to be fair, if I ever have a girlfriend, I'm gonna treat her like how Gomez treats Morticia.
Uh-huh. And if she doesn't reciprocate, I'm killing her. But that's neither here nor there.
God, we would have. If I had gone with my idea of like dressing up as like a voodoo doctor to prom, and maybe her as like a vampire temptress. Yeah, we would have. Honestly, I don't even think we had prom king or queen thing.
I don't know if we did or didn't, but I also couldn't conceivably care.
Honestly, I don't even remember much of prom night. No, I wasn't or anything. I don't drink.
Well,
it
was also a school function, so you probably couldn't have gotten away with it even if you wanted to.
Someone would have spiked. Actually, no, we didn't even have punch. We had water bottles.
But yeah, in my case, I'm fairly certain I know who would have won prom king if there was such a thing, because everyone in my high school basically worshipped the ground this one particular dude walked on. And to be fair, he was my first guy crush, so I'm probably as guilty or more than everyone else.
I'm sorry, Dalton. This is. I mean, please finish your thing, but.
Point being is this one dude won at everything, and everyone again basically sucked. Basically did personal fellatio on him. So like, and again, it wasn't unwarranted because he was genuinely awesome, and B, he was the first guy I ever had a crush on. But he probably would have won prom king if there was such a thing. I'm not sure who would have won prom queen, although I have a couple guesses.
All right. And Brewer, your prom was overrated and sucked ass. Was that to me or Dalton?
I think that was just in general when we were talking about proms.
Okay. And Grand Eternal, there's a difference between being attracted to someone and being a simp. Oh no, fully. Yeah, no, I will never be a fucking simp. That is yeah.
And if I ever catch him falling into that, I'm gonna metaphorically slap him upside the head.
What the? You make it sound like I'm so fucking like easy.
Love does weird things to the heart, and all I'm saying is, as your friend, it is my job to make sure that you don't make bad choices with regards to this, and that if your would-be girlfriend hurts you, she dies in a pool of her own blood, because people don't hurt my friends and live to tell about it.
Okay,
that's just how that works.
So Ed was speaking directly to me. Okay, to be fair, it was fairly uneventful. Like, I barely remember much of it. I know I danced a bit. It's probably the only thing I had going for me there. Anyway.
Yeah, we've gotten beyond sidetracked once again, but anyway. Back to the thing.
Yep. The Addams Family.
Want to take a stab at being social? I do like stabbing.
Little did I know I'd be stepping into a nightmare. Full of mystery, mayhem.
I also love that her school is a mental asylum, basically. That's great.
No, there wasn't any punch at. Just water bottles and food. Like bags. Times changed, I guess. Which
I mean, I would compare to mine, but I literally don't know because I never went to any dances because
it's weird because a dance I went to in middle school. For the record, I was dressed up kind of like a mafioso. I'm not even fucking with you. Like I even did like fedora and everything because yes, I had this weird phase in my life where I was into fedoras. And no, I never did that whole neckbeard fedora picture thing. Ever.
That does explain some of the pictures on your Facebook profile, though, which yes, I have seen, folks.
Yeah. I don't know why I liked those so much.
I wore fedoras at one point in my life too, but it was mostly just because I liked hats, and there weren't any other kinds of hats
I think I'm kind of
that were
morphed.
generally available.
I think I've kind of morphed to liking like those golfer caps.
Oh yeah, the like New York cabbie sort of hats.
The 1920s kind of hats, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is weird because also mobsters wore those too.
Uh-huh.
Also, for the record, they had like pretzel sticks there, like those big ones, right? At the middle school dance I'm talking about, where like I dressed like a mafioso. And I put that in my mouth at one point to make it look like a cigar.
That doesn't surprise me. That's
Yeah.
very much you.
I think I did at one point the bit at the lines from Travis Bickle.
Taxi driver.
Yeah, like you talking to me. And like a very heavy New York stereotype accent.
Ha.
Yeah, that one was actually a lot of fun. Got to do dances, not even just like regular robot dancing, but got to get a couple slow dances too. Nothing really happened with that, if anyone was wondering.
Uh-huh.
I will not lie. To be fair, I was also the one who asked, and full disclosure, my heart was beating out of my chest when I did that.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Anyway, why we gotta talk about me all the time? Yeah, this looks like a lot of fun, you know?
Yeah, I'm just happy because like Brainstormer got his monsters itch scratched, and I've just been ever since the '90s version. There really hasn't been a good version of the Addams Family, so I'm glad that we might be getting the Addams back. Also, I'm glad that Tim Burton finally got off his ass and did something with the Addams Family, because even though I think he was an executive producer on the '90s Addams movies, he wasn't directly involved with those. I think it was the other dude whose name I can't
I can
remember.
look him up. I can look him up real quick if you want. Okay, give me a second. Giant Turtle didn't even go to his prom, but you know they hate parties. So.
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Dragon Turtle. It just seemed like so much effort for so little reason of why I would even.
I actually wanted to throw a house party at one point in my life.
I did kind of attempt to throw a party on my senior trip, but it didn't go well.
Yeah, it
at
was.
all.
It wasn't a high school party. I think it was in middle school. I thought about doing this because I think Project X had just started and it had just come out. Anyone remembers that movie?
And you were like, I wonder if I could do that in real life.
But in a kid friendly way, because we have a field of like a lot near my house that when I was a kid, because a house had burned down there years ago, and thus it was an empty lot.
Mm-hmm.
And when we still did block parties in my neighborhood, we don't do them anymore just because most of the people have moved out and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We would use that. Like there was a bounce castle there. There was grilling and just a large potluck and stuff. It was really nice, actually.
Mm-hmm. I didn't socialize outside of school when I was in school.
I feel like
you and
I really had different upbringings.
I barely even had friends really until like junior year of high school.
But
And actually, this one time, and this just pissed me right the fuck off. Once someone had mentioned to my mom that their daughter had told them about that I sit alone at lunch every day and that she felt bad for me. To which my response was, to which my after my mom mentioned this to me, I was just like, if it bothers you so much, why don't you come over and like try to solve the problem then? Because that's the thing, and maybe this is one of those chips on my shoulder because I was disabled and shit things. But when you're disabled, people try to be air quotes nice to you in a very like childish and condescending way, and then they don't actually follow it through with actually being like nice in any meaningful way. And they wonder why I'm such an asocial little shit as a result of this. Because when one of the first things you learn about socializing as a 5-year-old, because I was born with a disability, is everyone has two faces and most people are being nice in order to belittle and manipulate you. Yeah, I naturally don't trust people very easily. Which granted makes the friends I do end up making all the more meaningful, but it pisses me off when people are pitying and nice and then they don't actually A, follow through with that in any meaningful way, or B,
Don,
are nice in a almost condescending way. Because as I've often said, sympathy is the camaraderie shared between equals. Pity is something that superiors spare for their inferiors, which means that if anyone ever pities you, it means they think they're better than you, and that they're being like a benevolent god to you, more or less.
yeah, that never really happened to me. So anyway, Barry Sonnenfeld. That was the
Yeah, Barry Sonnenfeld was the guy behind the original 90s Addams Family movies. Although I do think Tim Burton was like a producer, but Tim Burton directly has never done anything with the Addams Family, which is weird considering that you would think it would be the perfect franchise for Tim Burton. Like it's already Burton-esque to start off with, and if he went full Tim Burton on it, it would get even more so.
um, okay. I'll read these two comments, and then we gotta finish this. Just okay. To be honest, Dragon Troll. To be honest, I didn't really have friends outside of elementary school, and even then, barely. Until I met people like you, Chrono, Durbo, etc. a few years ago. Love having you guys, but some of the social interaction seems a bit overrated. Either I'm weird or going insane without it is entirely exaggerated.
I mean, it could be a little bit of both, Dragon Turtle. It could be a little bit of both. But weird is good. No, normal is boring. Weird is good.
I think here's the greatest thing. I think in this group here, I am the more sociable one.
I mean, when I can be bothered to be social, I'm pretty decent at it. But that's also a function of me finally realizing who and what I am, and finally like actualizing that. Like, and I've told this story before, but one of the major turning points for my senior year in high school, and why my senior year in high school was probably the best year I had in high school, was I started wearing bow ties every single day from the day I started senior year to now. And what it was I had always intended to start wearing bow ties, but I had assumed I needed to wait until I was like a professor or some shit. And then the doctor from Doctor Who started wearing them, and I was like, wait a minute, what if I just asked my mom? What if I just asked my mom to start buying me bow ties and stuff? And she did. or I did, and she did, and then I never looked back because I finally was able to look on the outside how I always felt on the inside. And self-actualization led me to being a more firm presence, and that made me less restricted and more sociable, simply because I didn't give enough of a fuck about people to give a shit about what they thought of me anymore, with the exception of people who I actually respected, which is the catch-22 of I'm more likely to be social around people that I don't give a fuck about because I don't give a fuck about them. But
Okay,
people I actually care about come with the obligation to actually care about them.
Okay, so I'm about ready to pass out from just being tired because I was actually supposed to be in bed around 10.
Yeah, so we should finish.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm becoming irritable. I'm just God, I'm fucking tired right now.
No, you're fine. Dang.
Yeah, I'm just feeling weak.
And murder.
I think I'm going to love it here.
Again, so many like teenage female Joker vibes here. And I love it. It's perfect for Wednesday.
All right. Okay. Ed Brewer, last comment. I'm sorry. Do you believe some people are better than others?
I mean, yes, because meritocracy. If I didn't believe that some people are better than others, then that wouldn't really make sense.
Case by case scenario.
Yeah, I judge people individually, but I don't believe there's a kind of person who's better than others.
Not Newberman.
I think, however, that because I believe in meritocracy, if I didn't also believe there were people with skills and talents and aptitudes greater than others, I would be a moron.
Ed Brewer, Richie was better, but she's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean, Christina Ricci was freaking made in a lab to play Wednesday Addams. She was perfect for the role. But
To be completely honest, the first performance I ever seen of her was from the Casper movie.
oh, the 1995 one.
Yeah.
I love that movie so much.
It's actually not a bad movie. I liked it myself. I actually had it on VHS back when that was a thing.
Me too. Yep. And I watched it all the time.
You're old.
Yeah, I know. Well,
You're old. I'm relatively old.
I mean to be fair, that movie did come out the year I was born. So
Still old.
but regardless, yeah, I grew up watching that movie all the time, and I wanted to live in the Whitstaff Manor. That like I've always loved like old massive like Victorian mansions, and Whitstaff from the 1995 Casper movie is a perfect example of the kind of house that I want to live in someday. If I win the lottery, that's one of the first things on my list. Big ass, grandiose Victorian mansion with secret passageways and hidden basements and an entire room just for my rituals, because why the fuck not?
You know, maybe not now, but I kind of wish there was a resurgence of Casper.
Yeah, no, Casper needs a moment. I mean, he and I agree. It should not be now, because fuck the social justicizing of Casper. But
Now, how would that even work, though? I don't want to know, but
if they made him a victim of oppression somehow,
could be the Depression.
Hmm?
The Depression.
No, I said if they made him a victim of oppression.
No, I know, but make him a victim of the depression.
I mean, no, because they'd have, if they were gonna social justicize it, they'd have to make a minority point about it. So he'd have to be like a kid that got lynched in the civil rights movement or some shit.
I'm actually offering a better alternative.
No, I know, and it would be, but this is exactly why I don't want it adapted here and now, because in the same way that evangelical tradcon family values was strangling the 90s and early 2000s, and and the 80s and the 70s and so on, basically everything between the Red Scare and the Satanic Panic, through the Family Values Brigade era, now the moral zeitgeist of the aristocracy and the upper class is social justice, and therefore they need to shove it into everything under the sun.
Anyway, just because I am fucking tired.
Yeah, he needs sleep. I need to eat. So, outro.
Yeah, outro. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and fuck off.